Good morning, everyone. Jan is, yes, so it looks, can you hear me at the back? Morning, everyone. Thank you very much all for attending. Welcome to what hopefully will be a very interesting and worthwhile day. Usual couple of housekeeping things first. Toilets, if you hadn't identified them as you came through, there is a gents' toilet as you walk through on the left. There's a ladies' toilet as you walk through on the right. There are some stands, and do please take the time, if you can, at lunchtime to have a look at some of the stands out in the main foyer where there will be lunch. And I don't know how many times we've all listened to someone saying, we're not expecting a fire alarm today. Well, today we are expecting a fire alarm. Saeed has informed us that they do need to do a fire test sometime late morning, so we're not quite sure how and when it's going to interrupt. If it's brief, it is clearly not a real fire alarm, it is a test. But I'm bound to say if there was anything more extended, we should all clearly take it very seriously. So look, the purpose of today is threefold, I think. I think we've got a really outstanding list of speakers. Can I almost apologise to all the speakers in advance that I'm sure you all have wished to be able to talk for 2 or 3 times the amount of time that you have got allotted today. We felt it was important to allow, if anything, more speakers with a diversity of subjects to be able to talk on the basis that hopefully that will be of interest to an even wider group. The second thing is, I think, not just the speakers, but those in the audience. There are some really interesting backgrounds, experience. I would say not just huddle amongst those that you already know. Take the opportunity to introduce yourself perhaps to others that you don't know and make some connections today, because that's, if anything, it's one of the fundamental things that as the OIEP we're about, is trying to make connections. And then fundamentally, today is about what can we do about it. This room is full of people who are passionate about early years. In many, many areas, there is an awful lot being done. But I think as we get towards the end of the day, it's about what can we pick up as actions? What do we feel we can do more? What do we feel we can do more to highlight? And on that basis, we have posed 3 questions, which we would love to have input, thoughts, ideas. There will be flipboards out in the main foyer for each of the questions, and post-it notes as usual. Put any thoughts, ideas on those when you have a moment in any of the breaks, and in the final session we will come back and try and make some sense of some of those and put to the final panel how we might take some of those forward. So the 3 questions, 1 on each flipboard, are what do you think is impacting on babies and children's ability future in Oxfordshire? Where do you see the greatest opportunities to enhance babies and children's experiences in Oxfordshire? And what positive actions and next steps can we next take to build on as progress so far? So with that, let's kick off. Let me introduce the first 2 speakers. Firstly, Lisa Lyons, who many of you will know and has been Director of Children's Services here at Oxfordshire County Council for just over a year. And Anzaf Anzar, who, again, many of you will know as the Director of Public Health. So let me hand over to you both. Thank you.
Good morning. I was going to be a little bit worried that I was too small for anybody to see me behind here. I'm really pleased to be here today, and as Jonathan's I'm Lisa Lyons, and this is my colleague Anzaf. Yeah, we're going to do a bit of a double act and take you from some very strategic sort of highlights and information, and then get into a little bit more about operational and what the council is doing in respect of early years. So I'm going to hand over to Anzaf, and he's going to talk to us about Marmot County.
Just want to check if the clicker's working. Excellent. Brilliant. Hi, everyone. I'm Anzaf Azhar, Director of Public Health for Oxfordshire. I just want to set the context really a little bit in terms of what are we doing around early years. But actually, more importantly, it really does feel like there are a number of things that are coming together to really drive the early years agenda forward. And I just want to talk a little bit about that. And first and foremost, it's really great to see so many of you here to talk about the early years agenda and to move the early years agenda forward. The passion is really, really clear. And from my perspective, as the Director of Public Health, I often ask the question, what is the best public health and preventative measure that makes the real difference to our generations, our populations, over a long period of time? And you would, quite a few of you would know the evidence base around the first 1,000 days of a child's life, the brain development and the impact you can make at that stage will make a generational effect for that child and for the rest of their life chances and opportunities and so on. And in terms of return on investment, in that first 1,000 days, we also know from an economical point of view, it will make a huge difference and structurally change some of the drivers of inequalities and things like that if we were to commit ourselves. And we've got all the right people here today to address exactly in that space. So really exciting to see all of you here. So a little bit about Oxfordshire, and I know most of you would know this, but just to remind ourselves, Oxfordshire is a county of population just over 700,000 people, and within that you have major towns as well as some significant rurality across Oxfordshire. Now the thing about Oxfordshire is that it's a story of two halves. Oxfordshire as a whole is considered to be one of the most affluent part of the country, the 10th most affluent part of the country in England. But yet it has some significant inequalities in Oxfordshire, and you've heard me talking about this. If you look at Oxfordshire as a whole, if you look at life expectancy, if you look at deprivation index, we are much better than the national average. But if you break it down to individual wards and super output areas, you will see we have some significant inequality. There are 10 wards that feature super output areas that are in the 20% most deprived in the whole of England. And most of our demand and most of our challenges are coming from these areas, whether we're talking about long-term conditions, whether we're talking about childhood development, whether we're talking about school readiness. We are seeing significant disproportionality where they are originating from. Life expectancy itself, there's a massive gap between our most affluent and the least affluent areas, nearly 15 years gap. If you look at healthy life expectancy, that's even bigger. And the reason why this is all important is that ultimately all that has a massive impact on early years of our children. Just to show that, what you have here is a range of indicators from long-term conditions, from childhood obesity to emergency hospital admissions. If you look at all these indicators at an Oxfordshire level, we're doing better than national average. They're all in green, you can see that. If I now repeat that for our 10 most deprived areas, the picture changes rapidly. I think in one slide it shows the two-tailed nature of the county very clearly there. And again, all that means that we are going to see a significant inequality in our early years development and in our early years opportunity between these 10 most deprived areas and the rest of the county. But it's not only that, actually. There is also quite a lot of inequality that we can't measure. So, there's rural inequality we can't measure. There's a number of things that are hidden that we can't actually really grapple with. So what are we doing about it? First and foremost, we've just launched our health and well-being strategy for Oxfordshire County. And this is not a strategy for public health, Lisa's area. This is all of us have agreed that. The whole county, the partnership has agreed on 10 priorities. And those 10 priorities go across 4 domains. Start well. So you can see 2 priorities in Start Well. Best start in life, children, young people, better emotional, mental well-being. And then you've got Live Well priorities, Age Well priorities. And then you've got what we call the building blocks, the 4th domain. There are 4 priorities in there, which looks at financial well-being, healthy homes, thriving communities, and so on. So for each of these priorities, we all have agreed that there are initiatives that we're going to push through. There are indicators that we have agreed to show that we are making an impact in a short to medium term. So we know we are moving in the right direction. So we've got a real opportunity to drive those priorities forward, and also to tell if a certain intervention is making a difference or not, so that we can actually decide whether to scale something up or whether to actually stop doing something or to do something different. So we've got two priorities in Start Well, but actually more importantly, the priorities on Live Well, maintaining healthy people and healthy places, physical activity, active travel, maintaining independence. All this has an impact on the child and the early years of children. So it's not just the Start Well priorities. It's everything that we do on the Health and Wellbeing Board priority, all 10 of them, especially the building blocks, is going to make a massive difference to our children and young people's start, especially in that first 1,000 days. And I think if we get that right, we can make a real difference. So we've just signed up to those priorities, and we've got a great opportunity. But not only that, those of you who were there on the 29th of November, we also launched ourselves to become a Marmot County. Really exciting opportunity. There are about 9 Marmot places, I think, in the country. We are quite unique. We've got a county that is of urban as well as rural inequality. So we have become a Marmot County, a Marmot place, and with that means that one of the 3 areas that we have focused is early years. We are going to be focusing early years from a Marmot principle point of view, how that makes a difference in terms of tackling inequality, and the other 2 areas we picked is housing and employment. Again, wider determinants that can make a real difference to families and also make a real difference to the first 1,000 days of children and young people. So again, there are a number of things that makes us really unique. We're talking Oxford University here. We've got great universities, we've got great academic institutions, we've got great partnership, and I believe there are some great pieces of work that are happening that will help to really push the agenda around the early years. But we need to think about how do we actually continue with these things, how do we scale this up to make a real difference for our children and young people. So I'm going to hand over to Lisa, who's going to take us through some of the practicalities of how we're going to do that. Thank you.
Here we go. Thank you, Anzaf. So everybody in this room is really passionate about early years. You wouldn't be here if you weren't. So I don't need to tell you the importance of early years. It's proven time and time again, and those of you that had seen the longitudinal study and the evaluation of the impact of Sure Start when that came in, and Every Child Matters, had shown demonstrable turning of the dial and outcomes for young people now who are in that space of 16 to 20. And it shows that if you have a designed approach and some thoughtful input around early years, you can make a real difference. We know it has such a positive impact upon children's outcomes and child development. And I think post-COVID, we need a bit of a reset around that because we're dealing with something that is unprecedented in terms of the disadvantage or an impediment, if you like, to some children's development. So I wouldn't call myself an expert on early years, but I know there's some friendly faces in the audience that know that I take an interest because I understand that the development and the outcomes for young people are the way, you start with future generations, and we may need to take a very longitudinal approach on this to ensure that we get to a place where it is commonplace for children to be able to meet their full potential. But at the same time, taking some immediate action. And I thought we would put up what the national and local challenges are. None of this will be a surprise to you, okay? I think what we need to do with the technical expertise and the commitment in this room is think about a way in which, within the parameters that we work, what are we going to do differently? Funding challenges, high-cost care, accessibility staff, recruitment and retention. I don't think there's going to be something coming along that suddenly solves that overnight. So part of what I will talk about is how people in this room think about a designed approach. We work with what we've got at this point, and we put some concentrated effort into it. That's not to say that national government doesn't have a a role in this, but actually this is a place-based partnership, and we need to do something around supporting all the good work that already goes on, the innovation for young people. There's collectively a lot of experience in this room, and I think we do have the thinking power to address this. Okay, I thought I'd start on an upbeat, because Anzav's talked in an upbeat way and then talked about some of the areas of deprivation. I just want to say that Oxfordshire is a wonderful place to live, and if you have ever worked anywhere else or managed early years or children's outcomes in other local authorities, you will know that some of the advantages and communities here does not necessarily exist in other places. So I don't want you to forget that, because I want you to understand that you start off from a position of power. Educational opportunities, most of our children do really well by national standards. In terms of the environment, outdoor opportunities, community feel, Oxfordshire's been one of the places that has been noted as having some of the greatest social mobility for children. So I want you to take away that message that whilst we might deal with some of the things in a sort of deficit or difficult model, we might think, oh, it's not good enough, and it isn't. I just want you to know that everybody's doing a really great job, and that most children do have those supports in order to meet their outcomes. We can always do better, but I don't want to come at this as a deficit model. We're already doing well, and we can do even better. We did a little bit of work with public health on an Oxfordshire JSNA, so Joint Strategic Needs Analysis for Health and Wellbeing. And you've got the paperwork. I'll let you read that at your leisure. There may be some things that are of a surprise, both pleasantly and not so. But this is just to get people thinking about what is the state of our place or nation. Early years and childcare in Oxfordshire. So we've got to start right at the beginning, and you'll notice that we have got 1,205 childcare and early year education providers in Oxfordshire, approximately 416 nurseries and preschools, 380 childminders, and 409 school and holiday play schemes. And I have got staff in the audience who manage this for me extremely well under difficult changing legislation, because things move fast in terms of population need. Another little piece of work, well, it's not a little piece of work, we're required to provide a statement around childcare sufficiency in Oxfordshire, and we've put the link there just in case you didn't see it when we published it, so that you can see how well we're working towards expanding the government agenda for supported and free childcare places and access to quality childcare. And I have a team who are dedicated to doing this and to ensuring that it is quality, and that the staff are well trained, and that there's accessibility, particularly for our most vulnerable children. So, early years profile development, levels of good development. You will have had these papers, you can see. Oxfordshire children attending Oxfordshire schools have a good level of development, 1% above the national average. That's good if you look at it statistically in some respects, and then you think 1% above. We've just talked about being the 10th most affluent area in the country, and we're 1% above, which means that there is something about what we could do better around child development. Communication, language, and literacy, early learning goals. I know that this is a particular, I wouldn't say concern, it is something that needs to be a bit of an obsession. I know COVID has occurred. I've got staff who've done work with the LGA on developing a strategy. It is one of the most prevalent issues that gets referred into the Children's Social Care Directorate, either through concerns around SEND, concerns around family help, concerns around parenting, concerns around statutory social care, and then that goes on all the way into things like youth offending. So a large proportion of children that come into the youth offending system have hearing impairment, speech and language, communication difficulties. And so it's absolutely key. And language, literacy, communication is the key to everything. For those of you who've got a teaching background, and my teachers will tell me this, you can't actually adequately understand numeracy and maths until you've mastered language and literacy and communication. We know that the impact of COVID has been quite significant, and there's pieces of work going on to evaluate what the lag or the gap is for some cohorts of children and what it looks like for the overall cohort of children that grew up and lived through their early years during those periods of lockdown. But it's especially impacted those in disadvantaged communities. So we have a quality improvement team that works relentlessly with other teams and health colleagues on focusing communication, language, and upskilling early years practitioners, parents, to recognise and support issues around communication. And for those of you, you probably are aware, but the rollout of Welcome as a tool for assessing speech and language in young people, young children is, I think we're nearly there, but we've got more work to do. Yeah. Okay. Early years and special educational needs. Oh, have I gone the wrong way? Free school meal gap. It goes without saying. A couple of years ago, we had something called the Oxfordshire Education Commission, and the gap between the majority of children who did well and those in particular groups, so disadvantaged groups. We call it narrowing the gap. And Oxfordshire had a gap that was bigger than we should tolerate and bigger than statistical neighbours. And there is still work to do. You'll see that there were 1,240 sorry, I'm on the wrong slide. 11% of children are eligible for free school meals in early years. And this does compare to 17% nationally, but those 11% are more prevalent and identifiable in outcomes. And so there's something about how we tailor our work to early years support for those in specific cohorts, recognising that they've got a further way to travel. So I'm trying to do several things here. There we go. Early years and special educational disabilities. So between September 22 and August 23, there were 1,240 children supported in this cohort within the early years settings, and that was a 28% increase on the year before. There's been, within our SEND service, in our early years SEND, a continued and increasing demand for services and identification of children who may have SEND needs and those that definitely do. And this has been challenging, and we recognise that for practitioners on the ground in terms of training, spaces, specialist support. And we do have a SEND improvement function that is driving changes and improvements across the system. And there are a number of people in the audience that are working day in, day out to address that. Let's just talk a little bit about what we can do then. So I came to Oxfordshire this time last year, and saw a gap, really. We didn't have an early years board. So we've got a health and wellbeing strategy, and that talks about start well, and that's absolutely right. But how does that translate down into practical action and delivery on the ground? And one of the things that was absent was an early years board that reported through a governance structure into health and wellbeing. And we have been putting that in with stakeholders, which is going to look at a comprehensive view around everything early years. The challenges that we discussed around recruitment, retention, money, training, accessibility, parenting support, the whole gamut really is going to come in under that strategic board. There may be people in the audience who are part of that, and a wide range of stakeholders. We're in the process of co-creating that early years strategy. Oxfordshire have not ever had one, as far as I can tell, before. So we are taking a little bit of time, but it's better to have a good product where everybody has a consensus about what is the strategic direction. There's nothing lost in the fact that we didn't have one before. So we will get it right, and we will set a strategic direction around early years where everybody has a buy-in to that work. And that is co-chaired, and we can give you more information about that if you're interested. And we will be publishing plans on a page and strategic delivery around that strategy. I'll just mention a couple of other things in terms of other strategic governance. We have a new early help and prevention strategy. Different to early years, people always mix those things up, but we do have a early help and prevention board, of which early years and other groups will overlap with that. But these things move into what we call a children's trust arrangements, which has recently been re-established. And there is a children and young people's longer term strategy on our strategic outcomes. The children's trust arrangements, for those of you who are interested, is the child-focused branch of health and wellbeing. And it is to grip that start well and to push through better outcomes, of which starting early is where we get to a point in the long term of older children being successful. So there's a little bit of what goes on inside the local authority in terms of the governance. So if you think it's slow and you don't know where these things get decided, I thought I'd put this up for you so that you can see what the governance structure is, and we call it a golden thread. So it's taking that high-level strategy, political intent from the council, from the administration, and also working with our colleagues in the place-based partnership. That's how that governance works within a children's setting. So you can see there is an awful lot going on. Early years is a commitment, and that's within our children and young people strategy. It's within Live Well. It will have be formalised within that early years strategy. And there we go. Early years strategy sets out the vision. And we want it to be longer term, because some of this work is going to be longer term, but we need to do some things in the immediacy. There's a little bit around here about the principles of the early years strategy. It will come from Marmot, it will come from health and wellbeing, it will come from Start Well. And those are our priorities. You will see these things in a more glossy document when we publish it. And I know there's a number of people involved in that. So the next steps is a call to action. What can you do? How can you bring your expertise to the system in Oxfordshire? I know people in this room will already be doing that. But as I said, there's enough great minds in this room and enough expertise about why early years matters to think about how we can redesign a system to manage some of the challenges that we've got. So notwithstanding the great work that happens, we have got a chance, and Martin Rees would say, to be a place shaper, in terms of putting early years at the heart of our children's strategy. And that is it from me.
putting the context of this morning. Let me now introduce next couple of speakers. Dan Levison, who is Director of Place and Communities for Oxfordshire from the BOBS ICB, which many of you will know is the Berkshire, Oxfordshire Integrated Care Board, the overarching funding body that we have within the health system at the moment, and Dr. Sarah Hayden, who's a very experienced consultant paediatrician with lots of experience in this area in Oxfordshire, part of OUH. Thank you. Both of them.
Thanks, Jeremy, for that introduction. So from now on, I'm going to talk about Bob ICB. Now, Jeremy's done the Buckinghamshire, Oxfordshire, Berkshire West Integrated Care Board. I suppose one point of clarification, until recently, I was the place director for Oxfordshire. I'm now director for places and communities for Buckinghamshire, Oxfordshire, Berkshire West. Essentially, I'm responsible for developing what we call our place-based partnerships. So this is the groups of leaders from across health and social care that come together at least once a month in person with the sole purpose of identifying people and populations that will benefit from more joined-up care and developing that joined-up care. So new models of care that we talk a lot about integrated care. This is essentially across health and social care, including our colleagues in the independent sector, including our colleagues in voluntary community sector, to get better value care. So that's better outcomes with the resources we have. One of the priority populations that we talk about, that we're focusing on, is children and young people, not least because that is one of the populations where we're all involved, whether you're a commissioner, whether you're a provider, whether you're NHS, local authority or the voluntary sector. We're all involved in the outcomes of those young people as they move through life. But also, like Lisa and Ansaf have so eloquently said, the early years development, so 0 to 5 particularly, is a key indicator for people's outcomes in the future. So your life course is almost set by the time you're 5. And if you're not ready for school at 5, we know you're more likely to live more of your years in poor health, and you're more likely to have a lower life expectancy than the national average. So that's why it's a really important group for us to focus on. And throughout this, hopefully you will hear and you will see we do have a focus and an emphasis on inequality. In part, that's because of the gap, the significant gap that we see in that, and in part, particularly people and populations, so children, young people and families living in deprived areas, and people from marginalised and minoritized communities also have the worst outcomes in our community, in our county, as Ansaf showed us early on. So what you'll get from me is a quick run through of some of the things that we're doing. This isn't everything, and it is quite a rapid canter through, so hold on to your seats and we'll get to Sarah, who's going to illustrate so beautifully some of the great stuff that we do in our county. So the first project that we talk about here is Equal Start. I think it's Equal Start now. So Early Lives Equal Start. Essentially, we've co-located midwives and antenatal and obstetric services in Florence Park. I don't know if people know Florence Park, but it's in the heart of OX4. So it's really the centre of our most deprived communities. And alongside our community midwives, we have an advocacy service and a service that supports those marginalised minoritized women. Those are the women that we know locally, regionally, nationally, internationally. Those are the women who have the worst outcomes, maternal outcomes, and also that's the starting point, obviously, of life. And so it's a really important project for us and really focused on improving the outcomes for those populations. And a fantastic example, and we are hoping that that's going to expand, and Laura's in the audience, so if you wanted to talk to Laura more about that, please seek her out. The other thing that we're talking about here is our new integrated 0 to 19 service. So that's a service that's things like health visitors, school nurses. It's commissioned by Public Health. It's delivered by Oxford Health in partnership. I know Home Start's a fundamental part of that. And again, a real emphasis on integration and a real emphasis on improving and enhancing the experiences and the outcomes, particularly of the children and families who we know have the worst outcomes in our community. So there's a lot of enhanced offers within our new integrated service. And I think it launched only last year, April last year, so a relatively new contract and a new service. But again, fundamentally focusing on improving the outcomes for those children and young people who currently don't have the experiences and outcomes that we would want. The next projects are really some of the work that Ansaf and I do, and again, a lot of this is a partnership work. We have something called the Prevention Health Inequalities Forum, so that's where we're focused. Lots of people will have heard about our shift from treatment to prevention. This is really what we're doing, as well as the reducing inequalities. So we chair the Prevention Health Inequalities Forum. The two projects that we've got on here, I suppose important to say, we are focusing on the very upstream prevention stuff. So what we talk about in terms of the social determinants of health, people's education, their housing, the environment that they live in, their social circles and things like that. We're really focusing on the foundational prevention. Well Together is a programme that's coordinated by two voluntary community sector partners. It's distributing over the last 2 years, it's distributing over £1 million of grants to the most deprived communities in Oxfordshire via local grassroots organisations, really identifying projects that are built from the ground up. And again, they're working with organisations like Home Start, with organisations like Oxford Community Action, really ground up projects that are designed to two things really: create cohesive, what we talk about social capital. So we know those networks are really fundamental to prevention and long-term sustainable prevention, but also identifying culturally appropriate projects that are going to make a difference for people's health outcomes in the long run. So that's Well Together. It's a fab project. Would encourage people to seek out some of the stuff that's going on in some of the local communities. They're brilliant. And then the other thing is the work that we do with Active Oxfordshire. Again, we have I think we're one of the few places in the country that has a whole system approach to increasing activity levels. We have a particular focus on people living with long-term conditions and people living in deprived areas. It runs now, we've just expanded it to run from maternity services right the way through to old age services. It's funded by Oxfordshire County Council, Public Health, the Integrated Care Board and our city and district colleagues. So it is truly a whole system approach, and it's coordinated by Active Oxfordshire. So far, some of the outcomes that we've seen, particularly for people with long-term conditions and older people, is it's reduced GP attendances. So people that participate for the 3-month programme reduced GP attendances by over 50%. It's reduced falls by over 20%. It's reduced calls to 111 and 999 by over 20%. So we are really creating some of the evidence here for how systems can work to reduce inequalities and prevention. And again, the UMove programme is particularly focused on, as I say, we have now the maternity services. We're training our colleagues in health and social care to be confident about referring people to activity. And we're really focusing on people living in deprived areas and minoritised populations. And then finally, as Lisa said, as a partnership, so between the NHS, between our local authorities, between the voluntary community sector involved, with our parents and carers in the county, we have a huge emphasis on improving the outcomes and experiences for children, young people, carers and families with special educational needs and disabilities. We're on a journey with it. We've been working as a partnership for probably the last 18 months on this, and fundamentally, this is a population that we know doesn't get the experience and outcomes that we need. As the graphs show, At the moment, the demand for some of the services that we have is far outstripping the capacity we have to meet it. So we are having to work together as a partnership to come up with creative solutions to meet those demands. But there's a huge amount of work going on and progress is being made. And now I think, Sarah, I'm handing over to you.
That's fine. Thank you very much. So we've gone from a really high level thinking about what's going on to a really, I'm going to bring you right down to what it's like to be in the clinic, okay? Because I think that perspective really helps in thinking about whether the things that we're thinking about doing are actually likely to help. I think holding on to that perspective is really, really important, and I use that all the time. So this slide is just to illustrate the children that I look after through my clinic. So I'm a community paediatrics consultant. I did general paediatrics training, and then I subspecialised into community paediatrics, and I look after children who have significant differences in their developmentary trajectory, whether that's because of a genetic condition like Down syndrome, as illustrated on the slide, whether that's through premature birth, through some sort of other injury to the brain, some sort of part, how their brain is causing perhaps something like cerebral palsy, also illustrated on this slide. Perhaps that is a child whose features of autism are emerging, and that's so I'm part of that assessment process to find out if autism is the right diagnosis for them. And as illustrated on the corner, the child curled up, we also look after children who are suffering abuse, neglect, harm. That impacts on their development. We also look after them in the acute situation where they have injuries that need to be documented. So we're part of that journey for those children and think about them in the kind of urgent situation as well as in their long term. So that's what I do day to day in my work. And I cover a particular patch of Oxfordshire. And this is the arrangement that we have locally in our service. So each of us consultants looks after a particular geographical area. And that means that in the 13 years I've been a consultant, except for the times when I've been on maternity leave, I have read every single referral for every single child who has been referred to our service for that area. So if you're thinking about, do we have the data? Well, you have people who know that data from that individual case by case by case by case. So we can see trends that are happening, we can talk about things that we're seeing, we can see changes in how, the sorts of children who are being referred to our clinic, the needs that are in our population in that way. So that's really important. And then the other thing that I do is I go and do a clinic in a special school. So that's a picture of Kingfisher Special School. And every few weeks I go to the school and I see some of those children with the highest level of need in that special school setting, and I work together with colleagues in special school nursing, in education, providing the support and allowing those children to thrive through that very, very specialist education. So I really think one of the things that I wanted to share with you is how what I see through my clinic helps me think strategically about how we can help the children of our population. So I'm working together with Dan and others as part of the local area partnership to tackle the issues that we've got with SEND. And what I bring to that, apart from that experience and that education and knowledge that I have from the clinic, is actually the views and experiences of all these families that I've met and that my team meet all the time. And we do hear things that they probably don't tell other people, I have to say. And we see all families from all backgrounds, because having a child with significant disability can affect anybody out of the blue. So we have the whole spectrum of the population comes to see us, but we have an overrepresentation of some of those people who, when you do a survey or you ask for a participation or views, you don't necessarily hear from those people, but they do come to our clinic and we hear those views. So we can share those things with others, and that's helpful and part of our role. Just to give you a bit of an idea of the sorts of some numbers, people like numbers, people always talk about numbers. About 1,200 children are referred every year to the community paediatric service as a whole. That's not just my patch, that's the whole service. But we have seen a significant increase in that over the past 5 years, those numbers of children being referred. And that's partly because the population has grown a little bit, but partly because the need has grown as well, as we know. And the majority of those children are from the early years. The majority of the children are referred when they're very, very young. Last year, in the year of 2024, we actually diagnosed 850 children, over 850 children, as being autistic through our service. So we only assess for autism the children who are referred before the age of 5. So that's what our service covers. That is a high number, but just to give you a context, pre-COVID, our capacity for assessing autism in the system that we had then was for between 200 and 250 children a year. And we've managed to diagnose 850 children. So we've done that by changing what we do on the basis of the need and thinking carefully about what actually that assessment needed to be and tailoring that. And I can talk a bit more about that in a second. And we have a lot of children that we need to keep an eye on. They have a diagnosed genetic disorder, which means that they need some aspects of their health to be monitored, or they have, that we know that they are at high risk of various comorbidities, and we need to keep an eye on them through their life course. So it means we see not only what we do now, but also then how that impacts on what happens next, and then help them to transition, hopefully, if they survive all that time. And not all of our patients do, but they survive and carry on into their adult life, and support them to do that well as well. And what I do in my clinic is this. So I try to think about these two things at the same time. So we've heard a lot about the picture on the left. This is a WHO diagram of the components of nurturing care. And I think about, are there things within those factors that I can help and modify and support for that individual child? But that's also, the WHO is thinking from a population level. On a population level, what can we do? But I'm thinking about in an individual child, what can we do to optimise? Because we know that if those things are optimised, that child's development is going to be better. But at the same time, I know that some of those children that I'm seeing have a significant fundamental difference in what their brain is like. We call that neurodiversity or neurodivergence in some instances. And on that lovely colourful diagram are conditions like learning disability or autism all of those things. And I have to identify what those things are, and I have to help those families understand and accept that that is who their child is, because until they can do that, they can't move on, because then they're constantly trying to fix something about their child. Perhaps if they give them a different nutritional supplement, or they do something different about the way that they're providing nurturing care, maybe their child might have a different outcome. And that we need to be on the same page. We need to all understand who this child is in order for us to move forward. So we spend a lot of time thinking about the impact of what we do, and we look about data and numbers and things like that. But as I was putting this slide together, I happened to get this. So this message, this email, was sent to our team on Christmas Day by one parent. I will read it out, because when there's lots of writing on a slide, and I'm very, very short-sighted, if I was sitting at the back, I wouldn't be able to read it at all. And this is exactly as written, except some obviously identifiable details have been taken out, and it's been made slightly shorter. Last Christmas was tough. We wasn't sure if F had additional needs. She hated every second. It was overwhelming and too much, and we were left devastated. Since seeing you in April and getting F's diagnosis, our whole life has changed. We understand our little girl. This year, we bought her sensory toys and educational things which she loved. We changed the environment, and she literally loved every second of our Christmas Day. We started the year crying for help, not knowing what to do or where to turn. We are ending the year with a diagnosis, melatonin prescribed, low-rate DLA, a specialist pushchair, iSenet support, carer's card, and so much more, all thanks to you for listening to us and really understanding our little girl. Now that is like I cried. I have to say, it was one of the most wonderful bits of feedback and the impact of the work that we do day to day. And I wanted to share that with you. But we are also thinking about impact on a bigger scale. How can we share what we do with others so that it can affect more children in more places? And these are three of the examples of some of the things that we've been doing that I'm just so excited about. So the first thing is Think Autism training. So we first developed that, recognising that other people within the same organisation that I work in, down the corridor, just didn't have that same understanding of autism specifically. And those children were coming to hospital for various procedures and really, really struggling in the hospital environment. And we thought if we train those people up to have that understanding of who these children are, they'll be able to come up with things that help make their clinics and their wards and their procedures work better for those children, so those children get the healthcare that they need. And we did that, and it was an extremely successful process, and I'm continuing to lobby our management that it should be not just that the pilot has ended, so that training is not ongoing at the moment, but we have a lovely package of training which was co-produced with parents and carers and young people who are autistic. But it can also be adapted. I've read that it can be adapted for education, it could be adapted for social care, it could be adapted for general education of the population, and that could make a big difference for those people. How we got those numbers of 850 is we decided, hang on a second, what are we really doing here? We need to take a flexible approach to autism assessment. if I have lots of lovely information from a preschool and the health visitor who's seen the child, and then they come to my clinic and they are spinning and sprinkling things from a height, and I've identified that there's nothing in any of those modifiable factors that suggest that that child, they can see and they can hear, and all those things are there. What am I doing, faffing around doing extra tests and observations and waiting? Why don't I just tell those parents that their child is autistic when they clearly are? And that's how we have reached that number. So we have more complex assessments where it's not clear, or sometimes we have to wait and we have to put other things in place before we can confirm that diagnosis. But for some people, it's obvious, so why should we make the system more complicated than it needs to be? And finally, we're about to launch this really exciting project. So the Community Wisdom Project is a joint endeavour between us, children, the health visiting team and the Parent Carers Forum and parent and peer support, and we're going to go out into the community. We're going to host coffee mornings for some of the families who are waiting to see us in our clinic. So we have a really long wait to see us, and we need to help people to know that the things that they're doing, and maybe more different things that they're doing, can help their child while they wait for that understanding to be fully there about who their child is, because things can be done before you fully understand something that can still be helping. So that's a brief outline of what we do, but I think on a big picture, we should all be holding those two things in our minds at the same time. Those components of nurturing care together with an understanding and an acceptance that some people's brains are just different, and we need to just accept and value them for what they are. Thank you very much.
Sarah, thank you both very much again for two very different but two very important perspectives. So I can see Professor Siraj is coming up already. Let me introduce next speaker, Professor Siraj, who's Professor of Child Development at the University of Oxford and has a wealth of experience in this area. Over to you.
Just check that this is working. Good morning, everyone. Really interesting presentations, and some of them cover some of the initial slides that I've got. So I intend to go through them very quickly because we have a very high-level audience here who probably have heard some of this research before. I want to focus in on the importance of the early years to begin with, and we've had a very important presentations that have pointed out the importance evidence that we have now in three areas in particular. There's growing evidence in neuroscience, developmental science, and economics about the benefit of focusing on the early years, the first 5 years. And yet we're still, not investing enough in those years and not thinking in joined up ways in those years. So I really welcome a conference like this that is thinking ahead. So early experiences of education are actually also really important for the well-being of a nation. We're looking at a region, but actually for the well-being of our country, we really do need to focus on the under fives. I prefer the UNESCO definition of early years, which is birth to 8, because that then takes us into collaborating with primary schools as well. And the experiences that affect people's lives, including educational attainment, social emotional development, employability, criminality, mental and physical health. There's a great deal of information coming out from the Harvard Center for Child Development, showing that even factors like early experiences of racism and so on impact mental health, impact physical well-being, impact heart health. Just a diagram showing how we have both a moral argument and an economic argument, and that they overlap and have particular consequences and outcomes like the ones we've heard of. It's really, really important that we recognize how important brain development is in the early years. Most of you will know this. I'm preaching to the converted. But, in the first 4 years of life, almost 80% of the brain is developed. And you can see by the age of 6 it's begun to prune in what's being used and what isn't. So those very early experiences are vital to development later on. And we can see we've started at a period of gestation where learning begins. Now, I'm not one of those people that believes only the early years is an important period of a window for opportunity for developing children, because I think there is growing evidence that the brain's plasticity extends into adolescence and adulthood as well. But this is the time for the most economic investment as well. And in particular, language development. And I can see that the conference has this particular focus because we've got the work of colleagues like Carol and others this afternoon. But there's growing evidence that early mathematics, babies' understanding of quantity, and so on, is also there to be nurtured and developed. So I'm going to focus quite a lot more on the importance of early education as a preventative factor, early cognitive stimulation, language development, as important for later learning. I mean, since doing this presentation, I've been working on some of my papers related to movement play, and we're not really getting a sufficient amount of input that I would have liked to have put into my session on the importance of physicality and how early movement wires and fires the brain as well. So a child with poor language at 3 will be at risk unless intervention takes place. That is fairly fundamental and central to early development. And we want to go beyond the Hart and Risley, the word gap. Everybody talks about the word gap. The middle-class kids have heard 50 million words, working-class kids 12, so on. There are more recent researches with my colleagues at the University of Melbourne and the telethon kids in Western Australia, where we've looked at not just the quality, the number of words heard, as you can see. I make sure I'm pressing the right thing and don't turn everything off. We can see the word gap exists. But what interests me much more is the quality of those words that children hear, where we've got more disadvantaged children hearing many, many more prohibitions compared to affirmations. And as you go through up the social classes, the picture is different. So I want to draw attention to a particular group, which is the more disadvantaged group. We tend to have a relatively, in research, in educational research anyway, a simplistic view of what disadvantage is: gender, ethnicity, special needs. But it's a little bit more complicated than that. And in one of the studies that we've done, the EPSI study, Effective Preschool, Primary and Secondary Education Study, where we followed children, 3,500 children from the age of 3 to 18, to look at what they were getting in their learning life course in schools, preschools, schools, and also in homes, and how those articulated with children's development. And how we can begin to understand the inequality gap. And in particular, I want to draw attention to the risk and protective factors and what we can do to begin to ameliorate those. This is just a graph showing income quintiles with green, with the one on the right being the highest and the one on the left being the lowest. So we've got, in terms of school readiness at 3, you can see the pattern. And as we get to conduct problems, we can see that there are higher levels for disadvantaged children. The OECD tells us that we currently have 22% of children with developmental problems by the time they enter school. And these children are 5 times more likely to have low literacy, and they are overrepresented in prisons and various places which are very costly. And also, I don't just mean costly economically, but to the individuals involved in terms of human development. And 1 in 3 disadvantaged children start school with poor language. So, poor health, social, emotional, behavioural problems, attention, cognitive and language problems, and these affect literacy, numeracy, social skills, employability, health, and so on. And again, another piece of evidence from those who attend early childhood education and care and those who don't. The blue is children who don't, and we can see more developmental delay for those children. So this is our EPSI study that we started almost over 20 years ago, and followed the children through to about 2015, and then did some follow-up analyses in 2017 and 18 as well. And you can see that it is it's the first and probably only preschool effectiveness design looking at the long-term impact of preschool provision and the quality of it. And we've got children from all different types of preschools, and we have used in this study modelling, structural equation modelling that allows us to look at later outcomes and separates out the effect of preschool, primary, secondary and home and the interactions between them. So we feed into our models child factors like gender, family factors like social class, income, home learning environment, and this is particularly important, what parents do with their children between birth and the age of 5 and the impact that has. And we have a 98% response from our parents, so that's pretty strong in terms of what they were doing with their children at home. And we created a scale from 0 to 43 and broke it down into low, middle and high home learning environment. And the same with preschool quality. We measured that and broke it down into low, middle and high and fed that into our models as well. And you can see it's a truly longitudinal studies. We have several points of assessment for children, and when they were young, those were one-to-one with qualified psychologists. And we have quality ratings of centres. So in terms of the gaps, there's gender, ethnicity, yes, but there's also the ones put up by other colleagues, English as an additional language, and poverty. And with poverty, I mean 2 types of poverty. The first is material poverty that we all know about, and income, that most of us can't do very much about unless we offer some universal income to families. Well, there are areas in America where colleagues, I'm working with some colleagues at Columbia who are arguing for giving money to poor families as a way of supporting them, and we've had those discussions here since Gordon Brown's time. But there's also social and cultural capital, and that can have a huge impact. But here's just an example. I've taken one cognitive measure and one social emotional measure. Independence and concentration really translates as self-regulation. Language up there, and you can see the children coming in at 3, at 5, and how they're doing at 7 in terms of the gender gap for language. And you can see the same for mother's qualification as the social class goes up, and you can see the gap becomes bigger at 7. Now, we've got trajectories for language and maths, and I haven't got the slides to show you, but in terms of children's starting points are different. You can get very, capable working class 3-year-olds and poorer cognitive measures for children who are middle class. But what happens to those trajectories? In the EPSI study, we ended up with about 6 trajectories: children succeeding against the odds, children making progress as expected, children doing worse than expected in the social class categories. What's interesting about those graphs and those lines is that all the population change seems to be happening between birth and 7. once the trajectories are set at that point, they seem to go across in a static way. Now, I think part of the problem is that in schools, round about the age of 6 or 7, the learning becomes more embedded in language and abstract. So practical activities don't happen so much. Now, one of my roles is working at the University of Maynooth in Ireland, so I have a view of another system where they're bringing in a primary curriculum and an early years curriculum, which is based on, I think myself, on more progressive, modern science in terms of what we've learnt, like the work of Robert Pianta at Virginia University, where the learning is more active, it's relational, it's personal. And that is really, really vital, not just to early education, but the continuity into primary. Sorry, I digress there. But then I am an educationalist. So social class, you can see the same thing happening, and you can see the gap between 5 and 7 is critical. This is why, you know, we need to look at the continuity into primary schools and what children are getting. So I'm really looking forward to our panel. Yeah. And the same again, when there are multiple disadvantages, up to 5 disadvantages, you can see for language and literacy, that is astonishing. And this is before the pandemic. I have teachers who are teaching in year 4 who are saying, this is a year 4 like we've never experienced before, because there are children coming through, pandemic children. So multiple disadvantages does include things like first language, also large families, prematurity. We found in our study that low birth weight children under 2,500, you know, round about under 2,500 grams, were more fretful, had language issues, eczema, you know, those sorts of things. But they kind of caught up by between 7 and 11. But children who were very low birth weight did not catch up as a group. We're not talking about individual children. And that's children who are below 1,500. So looking at health, education, bringing these bits of information together in our record keeping in schools is really important, not to label children, but to look out for how they might be supported and what their needs might be. So you can see that it's more complicated. So I want to focus in a little bit on the quality of the early home learning environment and quality of preschool. So these were the things, 7 things that parents were doing that were giving children a head start at the age of 3, okay? So their cognitive scores were higher. And what's interesting is that there were twice as many girls in the high scoring as boys. So there's a gender issue here. And in the Cambridge University Press book I wrote on social class and children succeeding against the odds, we found that all the boys in the succeeding against the odds category had been to high quality preschools. The girls had been to mixed quality. So girls can put up with a bit more shit, you know, but the boys cannot. So I went back to Ted Meluish and I said, can you look at the attainment models again, please, and tell me if, because we only had 20, because they were qualitative case studies of children, look at the 360 kids who were succeeding against the odds and tell me if the boys were. The vast majority of boys were going to high quality. So that's the importance also of longitudinal studies and having iterative methodologies as well. Anyway, I won't get boring. So the impact, in terms of effect sizes, there was an association between social class, middle class, and having higher home learning environment. But what's interesting is that there were many working class parents offering a high home learning environment, and they had a better cognitive, and some middle class families who were not, and their children had a lower. So what we say is it's what we do with children that is more important than who we are. So, but there are issues, aren't there? How do we define quality? How do we measure it? What are the effective components? Is there a threshold of quality that certain children should go to? So sitting with Gove and who was the Lib Dem guy? Clegg. Yeah. I should have remembered his name. Sitting with them when they wanted to do the 2-year-old provision was very stressful, because we didn't want them to do it. We wanted them to invest in quality and then do the 2-year-old provision. But, you know, they thought it was an election winner, so they wanted to go ahead and do it. But the problem was that in our study, we had only found that 2-year-olds who went to preschool did better if they were from disadvantaged backgrounds, if it was a high-quality preschool, not if it wasn't. So their idea was to make it a good or excellent in Ofsted, and they would take 2-year-olds. But actually, good isn't good enough, and we knew that, but we went ahead with the policy anyway. So the effects upon age 11, you can see that high-quality preschool is still impacting during the primary years, as much as 6 years of primary school almost. So that's pretty important. But again, home learning environment has a big impact, as does mother's education. And at 16, we're still seeing an impact of high-quality preschool education, obviously a massive impact of secondary as well. And the same for self-regulation, that if you went to, but it's a little more complicated, if you went to any preschool, you had better pro-social behaviour, but in terms of self-regulation, it was only medium or high quality that made a difference. Low quality, which isn't bad quality, but actually doesn't, you might as well have stayed at home. We also looked at the quality of relationships between early educators and children, and this is the relational aspect of pedagogy that's so important. And in the Irish curriculum, they've made a huge thing about that. But in the early years foundation stage, there is some aspects. We measured the educators on Jeff Arnett's caregiver interaction scale. So this is the quality of warmth, interaction, and responsiveness to children. And only positive relationships is good. And most of our graphs were skewed towards that. But there are people that manage to be punitive, permissive, and detached. And what did we find? We found that it impacted not just social and emotional well-being, but also early literacy and early numeracy. And where we had positive relationships, there were statistically significant outcomes across the board. Where they were punitive, permissive, or detached, they had negative impact, including on early literacy and numeracy. So now I'm thinking about the homes with the prohibitions, and we're thinking about the quality of the early childhood educators. In terms of mother's education, we had a linear relationship between mother's education up to A levels, and then there was a big jump where they were graduates. And we think of our early years workforce again, and it raises questions. So we have been working on producing quality rating assessments that can be used in research based on our own work and our own knowledge around sustained shared thinking and well-being, movement, play and physical development, and emergent curriculum around maths, language, science, and into planning for personal needs. And these are out there. I think Samantha's got them on a shelf. In terms of a summary, I think when I started, I was supposed to finish in. Have I got a couple of minutes, James? Yeah, 2 minutes, okay. In terms of a summary, we know that early years shapes future development. Preschool's a vital component of a successful society, and it high-quality boosts outcomes, particularly for disadvantaged children. And the maintained sector, with better leadership and qualified teachers, is better positioned to drive quality improvement, which matters most for disadvantaged children. When I evaluated the foundation phase in Wales, which took children from 3 to 7, and ratios were put down to 1 to 8, standards in the first year went down in reasoning and interaction. And the reason was that schools and early years settings in particular were employing cheaper people. They were replacing teachers. So there's a confounding relationship between the quality of the adult that is responsible for the children and their ability to educate and ratios. It's not just about ratios. We need further work on pedagogy assessment and the workforce. So I left you with just a few gentle provocations, or they could just be interpreted as questions. Is the current system narrowing or widening the gap? Which children are going to which type of preschools, and what is the quality of them? And are our most disadvantaged children having access to high quality provision? Is early education acting as a protective factor for those children, or as something that is not helping them as much? And is the workforce and provision fit for purpose across our region? It's certainly fragmented from what we heard early on. And is there sufficient integrated thinking, education, health, social services? There is a misunderstanding of the recent Institute for Fiscal Studies report on Sure Start, for instance. Some people are interpreting the benefits of Sure Start to children as working with communities and families and it being very family oriented. Well, we have lots of evidence that family-oriented work within great centres that provide a protective factor around early education is more powerful. And in fact, if you look at the Sure Start areas where there have been benefits, it's the first lots of Sure Start that had a high-quality education as a component, and not the later ones, which were like Sure Start Light, you know, a bit like Andrea Ledsam's centres. And how do we balance quantity and quality? What comes first, parents' rights or children's rights? There's an aspect there. Obviously, we want parents to work to get children out of poverty because that has an impact. But children's entitlements, is the early years foundation stage sufficient, or do we need to do more? Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Ram, and may I just say for putting an awful lot across very succinctly in a particularly short time. So thank you very much again. So let's move to our first panel session, and unusual as it is for me to introduce my co-chair, can I introduce Baroness Jan Royal to chair the first panel session and to bring up the speakers again. So Jan.
Thank you.
Brilliant. Okay, well, I think that was the most fantastic morning, or part of the morning, and I'm delighted that it brought together all the parts. Oh, there is a chair. Brilliant. And I'm delighted that it brought together all the partners which have put together this great event. So we've had all these amazing presentations, and I always find it really extraordinary. I mean, and you put forward the sort of positive things about Oxfordshire, quite rightly, and it is a fantastic place in which to live, if you're lucky enough to be people like us. But the stark contrast with the inequality in those 10 wards and the kids that you've all been talking about is quite extraordinary. And that's what I guess the purpose of today is to bring us all together. But what we want to do is to ensure that the people of Oxfordshire out there, the organisations out there, really do understand that there is a mission here and we've really got to make things better. So we had lots of provocations from our panel members, and I'm very happy to start off with a few questions. But I think it's really important in such sessions to have questions from the audience, because if I were you, I've got lots of burning questions, and I just wonder if there are any burning questions from the audience who might like to start. If not, I'll start. But otherwise, are there any burning questions from members of the audience? Oh, come on. Clearly there's not. All right. So I guess that I would ask the county council representatives here. So there are so many brilliant things going on. And like you, I'm very proud that we're now a Marmot county. I think that's fabulous. And you are working in partnership with everybody sitting on this platform here and many of the organisations in the audience. But what can we really do differently? What's the one thing we've got to do differently in order to bring about change so that that our young, early years children are going to be able to flourish from whatever background they come, wherever they're growing up in our county? What's the one thing? Go on.
You're going to put me in a spot now.
I am. Big spot there.
No, look, I think the amazing thing about being in the Marmot County position is the ability to bring all partners, not just the county council, but all partners that are actually working in this space, because ultimately that's how you're going to make the real difference. I think there is something to be said about, having heard all the presentations, how as a partnership, not just within the health sector, not just within the county council, but how we're making an impact on those very early days, in the first 1,000 days. And different settings have got different roles to play in that, particularly from the health visiting point of view. We have statutory visits. So there is something about how are we actually making sure that everyone, particularly from the areas of deprivations, are actually benefiting from those statutory visits, because that is the best time to pick up any developmental issues and also any needs to be identified at that stage. So there's a question about, are we actually having the reach to those areas of deprivation, rural inequality? It's great that we got health visiting visits at 6 months, 1 year, 2 year, 2.5, and so on. So are we getting that right? Are the areas of deprivation benefiting from that? Certainly from a health visiting point of view, as we launched our new service, we have introduced a new visit at the age of 3.5 years, which we don't have to do because it stops at 2.5, I think, some 2.5 around that. And then there's a massive gap between that and when they start school. So we've actually introduced another visit at 3.5 years, and hopefully we will evaluate that to see how much of an impact that's making. So I think there is something here for me around, as a system, I've just given a couple of examples what we are doing through our health visiting service that are in public health. But there is something here that in the first 1,000 days, in each of our areas, whether you're in the voluntary sector, whether you're in health sector, whether in county council, social care teams, what is it that we can do to make a real difference? That's number one. There are some examples, and there are many other examples I can go on. But the second thing is that how can we scale that up? Because one of the things I've noticed is that we've got some fantastic areas of practice, but there are pockets of practice. We talked about flows, we talked about, I can name many. How do we scale that up in a way that actually will make the difference in going into the points that Professor Siraj was talking about? So for me, it's the first 1,000 days. For me, it's in partnership, looking at all those dimensions. And then thirdly, how do we scale it up? So I hope I haven't avoided the question.
I think that's brilliant. And I think that how to scale it up is such an important thing. And also using the evidence. I mean, we've had clear evidence this morning from the professor about what works, really. And how do we I'm sure that we do use your evidence in making our policies, both in terms of health, education, early years, and everything else. But it's a question of using that evidence, isn't it? But it's the resources as well. Do you think, Professor, that we do use your evidence in terms of our best practice in this county?
Oh, I think you are, yes. I mean, I was impressed with what I heard this morning, and, I live in Buckinghamshire, actually, but so I take a lot of interest in what happens across. So that was particularly interesting, the work that Dan and colleague talked about. But I think we can probably do more. I think we do need to look at other systems where things are working well. I do an enormous amount of work in Australia, and I love the fact that when I go into preschool, sometimes there's a dentist there checking all the children's teeth. I mean, they visit the preschool rather than the children having to go to a dentist, and the same with eye tests, and I don't think they do it with GPs, but certainly those two things that have been causing problems in hospitals, you know, with children's dental decay and so on. If we've got a kind of marmot approach, then we need to think about development in terms of every aspect of a child's development. But also support for basic information for parents. I come from a very poor working class background with 8 kids, you know, brought up in Cardiff. And I remember my mother asking me, you know, what the system was when I went from infant school to junior school. I'm that old, yeah. And I told her, and I said, and I'll be leaving at 11 and I'll be going on to secondary school. And then I thought, oh my God, my mother doesn't know what ages you go. And she would have loved the information. I think sometimes the movement against deficit thinking leaves people in deficit. And I think it's quite okay to tell parents what they need to do with their children. They don't have to take your advice. But not knowing, not having the information, not everybody is digital savvy, not everybody, unfortunately people use Mr. Google too much, but not everybody has the information they need in the early years. So Ansaf's point about health visitors and the key messages they can give to parents, which are then reaffirmed by early childhood educators around teeth, around eyes, around language development, would be fantastic, a key set of messages to support parents in those early years.
Sarah, you're clearly very into communication with parents, which is brilliant, isn't it? So you are doing exactly what the professor says.
And that's what they ask me in clinic. What do I do? How do I help? I tell them, but I also show them. So when a child comes to my clinic, they're terrified, and I'm trying to get them to talk to me. It's just because I need to try and see how much they can say and how much they can understand. And in order to do that, I have to establish a rapport really, really quickly with them. And I use a strategy, which I learned, which is actually from a programme that's now available for parents, which is called May I Join You for Autistic Children. It's a video. It explains how to play with children. And, I mean, if you come from a society where grown-ups are on the floor scrabbling around playing with children, then that's what you do, because that's what grown-ups do with children. But if you come from a society where you know your children amuse themselves and they should be seen and not heard, and you know, why on earth would you roll around on the floor with a ball backwards and forwards between you? Then obviously that has never happened. So, but if they see it happen, and they see as a result of that happening, that child suddenly looks at you and makes eye contact and talks to me and builds with blocks and does things that I had no idea they could do these things. So the communication is not just giving the advice and saying you must do this and you must. You have to show people, because especially as you say, if people have. I have lots of people who come to my clinic, they can't read. So there's no point in giving them written information because they can't read it. So they have to, but it's not that they can't do those very things. They just need to be explained and shown and supported to do it. They love their children dearly, and they will, you know, and they have a huge ability to learn things. But we have to teach, just as we have to teach children the way that suits them, we have to teach adults in the way that suits them.
Dan, you talked about early years, early start, and flows in the park, which is fantastic, and the need to expand those programmes, have more flows in the park. How do we get more flows in the park?
So there's a couple, and I think it links with all the things that others have said. I think we need to kind of unapologetically, disproportionately invest our time, effort, energy and resources in the people, those priority populations. And I think we sit in this room and we know that, right? And I think we've known this for years, but if we leave this room thinking it's easy, it's not. And I think it's the recognition that by doing more for those populations that currently are the ones, the red blobs in Ansaf's chart, all of our residents, all of our communities are going to be better, then that's the conversation that we need to have. And this is really difficult stuff. What we're doing and I think one of the things that you provocations about the integration. I do firmly believe integration is the only way that we're going to get better at this. So the integration of providers, so providers working together. At the moment, we know there's a huge amount of overlap on it. I think there's much more that we can do as far as recognising the value and the benefit of working with voluntary community sector partners. So we in Bob ICB, and particularly in Oxfordshire, we have a small amount of ring-fence money for prevention and inequalities, and we've put over 90% of it into our voluntary community sectors, partly because I think they are trusted, they know the communities better, they're actually better at doing a lot of the co-production and involvement work that we do, and best will in the world, with £1.5 million to spend on prevention and health inequalities, that money goes a lot further with voluntary community sectors. So that's some of the stuff that we're doing. And then as a health and social care partnership, what we're looking at is how we integrate all of our resources. So we're looking at the opportunities of pooling our commissioned budgets. So between ANSAF, Lisa and I, we probably have something like £40 million invested in some of our children health services, so things like CAMS, special school nursing, the universal services. So by pooling and looking at how we can make that money work better, so leveraging our collective resources to deliver better outcomes, I think that's the best way that we can do. I suppose one thing to bear in mind is we are heading into yet another year of real financial pressure, but that's why I say our temptation will be to close ranks and not do that, but what we're doing is leaning much more into joining up.
Can I just add something very quickly? I think Dan mentioned about financial deficit, and everyone's got less money, let's face it. But I think the things that you're doing, it's an investment. It's an invest to save project, isn't it? I mean, it's almost the things that you absolutely, from an economical point of view, should prioritize and focus because you're in financial deficit. Also take into absolutely, there's a really clear moral argument for doing this. We absolutely have to do it. But from an economical point of view, if you're in financial deficit, this is exactly the things that we need to do. There's something about providing confidence to the system. And I think that's where I'm really keen that in whatever shape or form, we evaluate some of the work that we're doing, to show the impact that's happening in the voluntary sector. And actually, it may well not take a decade to show results. There might be quick wins that were coming out of this, but we need to get better at capturing it. Because ultimately, then we can scale it up from a point of view that these are invest to save projects that actually is absolutely vital in a climate of financial deficit.
Yeah, I just wanted to make a point about targets and whether targets are helpful or not and what those targets are. So I keep coming back to individual experiences that one can extrapolate on, and that's kind of, I suppose that's just how my brain works. But I had 3 children, and I was hounded to come for a 2-year check for my 3rd child. Now, I absolutely relied massively on health visitor and universal support with my 1st child. So despite being a paediatrician, it was terrifying becoming a parent, and I needed as much support as I could get my hands on. But by the time it came to my 3rd child, and in order to come for that 2-year review, I'd have had to cancel a child development clinic for 6 other children who had really significant developmental needs. And I had absolutely no concerns about Esther's development. It was absolutely fine, and I knew that was the case, and I was an experienced parent, and I was definitely not in one of those categories of deprivation that meant that I needed to be definitely supported to make sure that her development was going to be okay. And it was a resource of mine, resource of professionals. We need to be much more savvy with the money that we have. And I think we need to have targets that are smart. So it should be focused on so that you get 4 points for every child seen who's from that hard-to-reach group, and half a point or a quarter of a point for one of the easy people who want to walk through the door. And then you actually have something that's meaningful as a target, rather than just saying, because otherwise you get 96%, but actually most of those are people who, don't need it. And
we'll
then
go
they'll
away with
waste.
new targets today. How about that? There we go. Lisa, you're a linchpin in all this. Well, you are. So, and you bring so many of these things together. Mm-hmm. So, what are you expecting out of today?
Just check that I'm on. Yeah. So one, I think it's a really good start that we start talking about early years, but I'm also conscious, and we're talking about what we can do differently, is that we're in this room and it might feel like we're all here because we've got a passion, we've all got a particular technical expertise, many of us understand the system much better, we've got evidence, we've got marmot, etc. One of the things that I'm really interested in, and this is not just for early years, but this is all ages and stages for children, is something has happened along the way around the social contract between parents and those universal institutions that were once seen as being like the heart of the community. And I do think there is something. So we're here because we know it's important, but I am not sure how good we are anymore about refreshing that message around why it's important and even more important if you're socially isolated. That's one of the greatest factors, alongside poverty, is mums or dads, if they're caring for children, never seeing a single person outside of their immediate family, friendships, support for themselves, going out. It's an amazingly under thought about piece, really. So I think there's something that we can do once we've started talking about this to ourselves, is to think about how we talked about financial issues. There are lots of sections of society in terms of cost of living. We do get into debates about, well, why is that important? And we've got older people and we've got, we need to put it back on the agenda and explain to people that, accessing high quality childcare is not just about going to work. There is a huge benefit to your child and therefore to you, and we just need to be better at it, I think. And it felt to me that maybe 10, 15 years ago, there was a better understanding about why you take your child to a play group, why you read, what support is out there. And I think just to the rest of society and the competing needs, how we put early years on the front foot and agenda as why it's better for us as a society, why it can make parenting easier, why it can make things for children going to school in terms of socialisation, being happier, easier, is something that we need to do. And I think that's part of my role, along with other strategic leaders, convert the really important evidence into something manageable and in terms of a real feeling about why this matters. And it's not just you have to take your child to school, or you have to, we've got it at all levels.
That is absolutely true, but also building on that element of social contract, I think that's one of the things we the Oxfordshire Inclusive Economy Partnership, would like to get out today, is to explain to employers why these things are so important, because we've got to ensure that society as a whole understands the intrinsic value of investing in early years. And as you've all said, it's not just a moral case, there's an economic case, and the two go together. So we've got 5 minutes. There must be a question. Yes. Oh, I've got bloody loads of them now. Right, I'm going to have a quick fire, 3 quick questions. Yes, Mr. DWP.
I'm from the Department of Pensions, the Job Centre Network. How can we work more closely with you to make the case to the people who are lower socially, economically groups to engage with work, to create the opportunities? But basically what I'm saying is, how do we make the case to people to go to work, to put their children into education?
Cracking question. We're going to take 2 more. Hold on to that one. Yes, there's a lady there with glasses on, and then the lady there with the pink blouse. Yes, the lady with glasses just there.
Hi. Oh. Hello. Is it on? Okay. Hello. I was thinking about what you were saying about how big impacts on child development are mother's education and the home learning environment. I was wondering if you had any thoughts on how that relates to gender equality and pressures on mothers to stay at home and return to work simultaneously. and what policymakers could do about that, whether it needs to be a focus on funding home learning environment, funding women's education, or parenting more generally for fathers too.
Perfect. Woman in the pink blouse, then we'll have some answers. Yes, the woman in the pink blouse, just down here. Emma, just down here.
Thank you. It is on. Oh, hello. Louisa Reeves from Speech and Language UK. I know that you're going to hear from one of my colleagues later on about what you're doing around early language, but you've got a fantastic model here, and I'm really interested in what you were saying, Lisa, about kind of how do we get that out there. So I'm responsible for our policy work, and I'm really interested in how you got senior leaders at the council and even you yourselves to really get it about early years. What was it that made you get it that we can then build on nationally?
Perfect. 3 questions, 3 answers. Asaf, can you answer the DWP question? How do we ensure that people, we want them to get into the work, but childcare is sort of an intrinsic part of that?
It's absolutely vital, isn't it? I mean, from an economical perspective, actually getting people into work from a childcare perspective. I think the key here is recognizing the fact that not just the fact that from a children's point of view is actually really important for the development, but the economic case to make the point that if we were to do this, how much of an impact it's going to make from future developmentals, picking up engagements from our children, their development, how that is going to make a positive impact, and how, from a financial point of view, that's going to make the biggest difference. In order to do that, I think we've got our health and well-being strategy, we've got our Marmot workforce, we've got the Oxford Inclusive Economic Partnership. I think the climate feels right now to make that exact argument. And there are many forums in which that kind of conversations can happen. And I think it's not just about the council or the health partners. I think it's across the whole of the system. So having those kind of discussion and being part of that discussion through the health and well-being strategy and those outcomes will be key.
Perfect. Iram, mothers and education.
I'd like to answer that one first, if that's okay. They're linked, actually. I think one of the things I've been so impressed with this morning, related to colleagues from Oxfordshire, is the amount of co-construction and design thinking in the methodology that you take to do your work. And Sarah's talked about the design thinking in terms of asking the communities what they need. So although I'm a deficit person saying we do need to give parents information about what we know and what works in forms that it's accessible, we also need to be able to listen to what they think will work. And I'm thinking of when I worked at UCL for 23 years, I worked quite closely with Camden and Islington local authorities, and they were concerned as to why Bangladeshi and Turkish families were not sending their children to preschool. And I said, well, think about what their priorities are. What do you talk to them about when you try and invite their children into preschool? Well, we say they can play, they can socialise and so on. I said, but they've got multiple siblings. They probably don't feel they need to socialise. They've got them to play with. But if you said, this will help with their reading, their writing, their English, they will come. And they did. So again, thinking about what the community, what the discourse, the narrative is for those communities is the important thing, not what the narrative is for you. You don't want to say, well, Iram's research says, Ansaf's research says, because they think, that's not relevant to me, perhaps. But thinking about what their agenda is, even though it's not fashionable in early years to talk about school readiness, parents care and the kids care. As one of our grandchildren said, she said, I'm not going back to preschool. I didn't learn to read today. And that was on her first day. She has high expectations. Or a swimming pool. So, preschools know what to do and different children have different expectations. In terms of parental education, you probably notice the fathers become quite important by the time the children are about 11 7-11. It's not just the mother's education. And things have changed in the last 25 years. There are a lot more single fathers looking after children. There are double custody situations where half the time children are with dad and half the time with mum. So I think we need to think about both in terms of the home learning environment and not simply, target mums. The education thing is tricky, isn't it? I mean, all of this is saying to me, it's screaming out, we need Sure Start back again in an important way. But there are other things that are coming on board that we can get right from the beginning. How many of those 3,000 nursery classes are going to come to Oxfordshire? And if they are, the guidance we've got is pretty poor, to be honest. It's mainly to do with compliance, very little to do with quality, even though I'll get told off by Kevin Collins for saying that. But very little is there for quality. And what I would like to see make a difference is compulsory training for primary head teachers and within the NPQs for early years and primary NPQs, a significant component on the importance of the early years. And if children haven't had those experiences, what you can do later on to support them, because it's not the end of the world if they haven't.
That's brilliant. I'm way over time. So what I'm going to suggest is that Lisa, you should have a conversation about language with our colleague here in the pink blouse, because I'm sure we're going to be talking about language a lot more in future sessions later on today. So with that, thank you very much indeed for participating, and we go off and have a cup of coffee, do we not, Jeremy? Yeah. Great.
Thank you, Jan. Thank you to the panel. If you as panel could just stay together, I think we'd like a team photo. And can everyone be back by 11:30, please? Gosh, I don't really want to cut off the conversation, but I will. Let me move to our next speaker. I hope you found session one as fascinating as I did in terms of setting some of the background context. We're going to move to some of the really more practical. So let me first of all introduce Catherine Barber, who's the CEO of Home Start Oxford. Catherine.
Right, hi everyone. Thank you so much to this morning's speakers who have set me up like a dream. I could not have planned for this so well. So I'm Catherine, I'm the CEO for Home Start Oxford. We're a family support charity that's helping families with young children who are going through tough times. We're one of 3 Home Start charities in Oxfordshire and we're part of a nationwide Home Start movement. So I've been asked to speak about Growing Minds on behalf of our 3 founding charities, which are People, the Berrin Centre and Home Start Oxford. Growing Minds is an initiative to address school readiness in Oxfordshire. I'm going to talk about why we've been identified as an example of good practice and share some of our learning. So it's the insights from families and partners that really lead us to believe that this is a model that could be replicated across Oxfordshire. And I hope that some of these insights from our local communities really shine a light on what children and families need in the earliest years that actually could be relevant to all of us, whatever our organisation or our role. So we started in spring 2020. Timing was obviously a little bit difficult, coinciding with the pandemic. We were backed by a really forward-thinking group of private donors and Oxfordshire's Community Foundation. And our aim was to address that wide gap in educational disadvantage that are affecting poorer children in the data that we've seen earlier this morning. And our plan was a 7-year pilot. We chose to focus in 2 communities that represented some of the features of Oxfordshire, both the rural dimension and the urban environment. And we're focused on the village of Berrinsfield and Littlemore in Oxford. Both are high deprivation areas. We also chose to position ourselves with locally rooted organisations, and I'll come and talk about what that meant for us later. So this is the data and the evidence that you've heard before from ANSAF, that's the motivation behind the project, where we're doing worse than the national average on school readiness for children living in poverty. And there was a report just last December from the Education Policy Institute that showed that this disadvantage gap is persistent in Oxfordshire and that we're in the bottom 15 local authorities nationally in terms of children on free school meals. So what's the model? How do we work? Our approach is prevention before intervention, and we're working alongside families in our communities, and we start from birth. So Iram talked about that home learning environment, and that's exactly where we're focused. We're majoring on relationships and on listening to families and working collaboratively to alleviate those early difficulties. We started grassroots up rather than top down, and we work in a families first approach. So it's evidence-based. We know that parents and carers, nurturing relationships and family circumstances make the biggest difference. So that's where we're focused our energies and our efforts. And if we were to have Better Start Blackpool, who were due to be on the agenda next, I know Claire will be talking about 3 things: building confidence, building capacity and reducing pressures, and they fit our work so perfectly. So we use the PEEP, evidence-based PEEP Learning Together programme. We're really, really proud of this. It was developed by the charity People who are originate in Oxfordshire, but are actually leading the field nationally and in fact internationally. Iram talked about Australia and they've got a base and a foothold there too. So PEEP helps parents and carers to understand how everyday activities support their child's development and build their confidence to do more. And practitioners at the outset of our project from various organisations across different sectors were trained in this approach and understanding, so we've got a kind of common framework in these neighbourhoods. PEEP's also strengths-based, and this is an ethos that we find is really important and valuable. There's a strong evidence base for home-based family support, and that's Home Start's expertise. And then crucial to the delivery in terms of the place-based aspect is locally rooted and experienced organisations that build trust and reach to families in the community and already had those relationships going. And the Berkshire Centre is an absolutely great example of this. So how does it work in practice? Starting off, we've got this really innovative partnership with birth registrars. So every family, when they register a new baby in our communities, gets the chance to sign up to the Dolly Parton Imagination Library. And their child is going to receive a book every month from birth until they turn 5. It's an absolutely great offer, and the books are high quality, they're diverse, and they help to deliver our message that sharing stories and special times right from the very beginning is really valuable. But crucially, through this sign-up mechanism, we've got a chance to potentially reach every child. And this gives us an entry point to invite families into the next stage of Growing Minds, which are PEEP learning together groups and one-to-one support for families with particular needs, which is delivered by the Berkshire Centre and Homes Oxford in Littlemore. And so each year, as babies are born and families move into our areas, our Growing Minds cohort grows, and we nurture their engagement with the project at every stage. And I think earlier this morning we've heard about collaboration and this wide network of partnerships, and that's absolutely integral to what we're doing and how it works. So we need that whole community partnership with health visitors, with schools, with community groups to reach families who might benefit from that one-to-one support. We're monitoring engagement in the project, and we base our actions on what people tell us by listening to what made the biggest difference to them. And we use the storytelling evaluation methodology to help capture that. And by working over 7 years, we're looking to see the impact of our support when children start school, as measured through the good level of development. So this is a kind of framework that tries to describe our overall model. We've got core elements, but we've got flexibility according to the assets of each community. And this reflects how we're grassroots up rather than top down. And it's this flexibility that makes us think that it's really ripe for replication. It's absolutely essential that we link with schools and we link with health, and we have peer support opportunities and outreach in addition to the books, the PEEP and the home visits. But we've seen how in that outer circle, well, it's flexible in how that's delivered, so it could be tailored according to the assets of a particular community. And in this outer circle, we've got these other partnerships that have come into the project, and we've seen how organisations like the Story Museum, like Good Food Oxford, our theatres, and Active Oxfordshire have all been really keen to collaborate and bring their offer to the families that we're engaged with, using that reach that we've established. So what have we achieved? We've had over 600 children registered with the project and 14,000 books have been delivered. 91% of families told us that Growing Minds has improved their parent-child relationships. We're at a stage now where we're sort of 5 years into the project and we're starting to receive that good level of development data for the first children starting school from our cohort. So that's being received and assessed. But in the meantime, we've asked school staff to tell us what they've noticed about the children. And they said they all noticed a difference in their readiness for learning. They said that children are more independent, can tell they've been around other children, parents are engaged. And hopefully we'll hear from Katie in the plenary discussion to hear directly from a school leader in our neighbourhood about what they're experiencing. And our independent evaluation showed that Growing Minds is benefiting families at all levels of the project. They reported that it's meeting a real need. And they really highlighted these trusting relationships that have been built up between parents and the Growing Minds professionals that were a real enabler for engagement. So what have we learned from parents? I think this is the really interesting bit. We're really motivated by the data. We're motivated by those red flag areas on our outcomes framework. But in essence, this is a human story, and that's what I really wanted to bring to you today. I think the data points to the problem, but in itself, school readiness data that's problematic doesn't describe the solution. And our sense of the solution is not something that you do to people, but it's something you enable them to do for themselves. So we also think we were right to start early. We took this birth to 5 kind of trajectory. But I think the term of school readiness that has been part of our history in Oxfordshire can be an unhelpful term, because when you have a new baby, the top things on your mind aren't what they're going to be like ready to go to school, even though that's a really crucial time for their development. You're thinking about much more practical things, and you're learning as a parent in those first days and weeks. So if you ask 10 parents what they thought school readiness meant to them, I think you get 10 different answers. And I think another challenge of the school readiness term is it tends to point to experts, and it particularly puts the pressure on educators to be getting it right for our children, as opposed to this whole community approach. And I think parents don't necessarily see their own importance in that term of school readiness. So in the project, when we delivered school readiness sessions, as our first children started to get their school places and come into school age, we found that the attendance was low. And the understanding of parents was that we were going to be talking about reading or writing, so a much narrower set of skills than actually the broad social and emotional skills and physical development that are part of the UNICEF model or the early years foundation stage. Where, by contrast, we've had really great take-up of baby sessions, so incorporating the Peak Learning Together programme into baby massage, and we're doing 1s and 2s sessions. And we feel that that early focus is going to be increasingly important with the rollout of the 2-year funding offer, that parents are going to have less time, and we certainly found that early period of opportunity to be the best for engagement. So it's really reinforced that focus of starting early from conception or birth to develop those skills and confidence and that understanding of child development as early as possible when there's the greatest potential for change. I wanted to talk about reach. It's a conversation we had in the earlier part of the discussion today, and this has been a really key part of the project, how to establish that reach. And for me, being there for everyone makes our offer non-stigmatising. It's not perfect, obviously there's still hurdles around stigma, but I think that's really important in the sense that the project's there for the whole community. And then we offer enhanced one-to-one support for families that need more help. So when I heard Michael Marmot talking about proportionate universalism, I thought, yes, absolutely, that's exactly kind of how it's baked into the project. So that this proportionate universalism concept is the idea of actions that are available to the whole population but have a scale or intensity that's proportionate to need. And who do we want to most reach through targeted support? We've had conversations this morning about the different features. Iran pointed so well to the different characteristics that might suggest the families that need most help. There's poverty in there, of course. But once children start school, the metric is often just children on free school meals. And at risk of stating the obvious, in this early preschool period, they are not defined yet as free school meals. So the families don't have a badge or a label that says, you know, we're finding life particularly tough. It is about families facing poverty, and we've certainly seen that. And I think beyond free school meals in Oxfordshire, we've seen how families have had particular challenges around housing costs. When interest rates spiked, we saw how families that had mortgages and previously were doing okay were also coming to us for some help accessing hardship support. So that housing pressure and the cost of living goes far beyond families in free school meal status, I think. But it's also other issues which by their very nature are isolating and happen behind closed doors. So that might be domestic abuse, it can be anxiety, it could be depression, and it's also families facing life with a physical disability or health condition that actually makes leaving the home really difficult. And we're going to hear a few of those families' perspectives in a moment. So we need lots of different ways to reach families and support their engagement. And this really comes back to our grassroots up families first approach. It's also been crucial to have really skilled staff who build trust in the community and are there to listen to the wide range of difficulties that families face. And I think, just reflecting on the morning's conversation, that what families have shared with us is that it was really important to listen, not tell. And sometimes they're in a good place to be told and to learn, but they definitely need to have that trust built up first before you can start to move into any offers of strategies around the home learning environment. Because if putting food on the table is kind of pressure number one, then obviously that's kind of primary in their lives. So I want to talk about the holistic one-to-one support, which enables us to tailor our approach to family circumstances, and this is a key part of Home Start's experience. So these are some of the needs that families expressed when they shared their stories with us using this storytelling approach that we use. So this mum talked about depression that was connected to addiction. So our Growing Minds coordinator helped this mum first to open up that conversation about the difficulties that she was facing and was standing alongside her as she went through that process of starting her recovery journey, having that confidence to open up and access Turning Point. She's now been clean for over 2 years. She's become a volunteer for Turning Point, and I feel that's that kind of route into work. You know, she's starting to build her confidence to think about what's next for her and her family. But she told us, to me, it's so important that social services are stepping down. But what matters most is that my kids can see the difference in me. I'm so much calmer. I have the headspace to be there for them. This mum talks about nearly losing her sanity. She talks about the energy that her child has and just how exhausting it is and how it was wearing her down. In terms of the support, she experienced lots of different elements of the support offer from Growing Minds. And as a result of that, she said, so by talking to Emily and Lynn, they gave me an ear to chat to, they give me a cuddle if I need it, they give me advice if I need it, and sometimes they just let me rant and get cross. It just enables me to stop and breathe and think before I react, and that then makes a huge difference. So both these parents are showing us that that self-regulation that's really critical to their children is being modelled by them as parents. They're going to be in a much better place for that co-regulation that's part of their children learning great foundations for their social and emotional health. And this third parent talked about the anxiety that she experienced and how crippling that was and how her and her 4 children didn't really leave the house. She talked about how that was especially the case because one of her children has additional needs, and this is a really common theme that we see across the project, that families are really worried about how they'll be judged when they're out in the community, and so they just don't go out. She told us how, as a result of support, since having Lucy around, I do more things with them. When there's a drama, I know how to deal with them better. I mean, I feel like I know the children a lot more and what they need from me. And this mum started her journey into education, so she went back and took her GCSEs in maths and English that she needed to progress in her work journey. And she has an ambition to become a midwife. And part of that process was her as literally being on that journey with her as she's had the confidence to do a new route in her car. So our worker Lucy sat in the car with her as she tried different routes in order to expand the horizons, just very literally, of their family. So in each of these cases, Growing Minds has been that gateway to one-to-one support, and we're proactively building a bridge to families who are struggling. There are a few other examples that I think really link to our public health colleagues. So one of the observations we had in a home visit was a child that was wearing a snowsuit indoors because the family couldn't afford the heating. So you just think about the limits on that child's motor development. It's really practical, but no one would have necessarily seen that had we not been in the home. We've also observed how a parent and her children were really ravenous when they came to our stay and play group. And it was an indicator of the child poverty they were experiencing. And because there are sensitive relationships and trust, and we're offering that food to everybody universally, we were able to open up a conversation and help her to access hardship support. I wish it wasn't the case that that was the best we could do, but that was a good step forward in that case. We've had another mum who was really anxious going out with a buggy with a new baby. She'd experienced birth trauma, and that was layered on existing poor mental health. And so these examples I wanted to share with you because I think they really show that interplay between a family's wider life circumstances, how the parent's feeling, and then what that children's exposure and development opportunities are going to be. And they really link with Michael Marmot's focus on the building blocks of health. And I think a really exciting element of their learning is that it shows the really wide collaborative relationships that we need if we're going to really make a difference. So they touch on maternity services. This talks about mental health. This touches on housing because that's a big part of the signposting and the advocacy we're also trying to do. It links to anti-poverty groups, and it also links to employers, because what are the working conditions and the pay like for that family that are helping them at this really financially difficult time when you're factoring in parental leave and childcare costs as well. So parents have told us just how important it's been to build their confidence, understand their child's development, and have the strategies that help, as well as making connections in their communities. So this is where the Peep Learning Together programme and the groups are so important. I'm sharing a few examples here. This parent who recognised the fun and love that comes out of sharing stories and songs that help with speech, and that they're doing this, they started because they were introduced with their baby, but actually their older child is benefiting too, and they can really see how that's making a difference for him. That first mum also said, and we're talking more, even if he's not listening, so. They're given activities that really help, and they're also making connections which reduce isolation. And this mum from Berensfield talked about how it's brought back that sense of village that her mum and her nan talked about, that she felt had been lost. And that these connections could be their support network that lasts throughout their lives. So I think that's so powerful if you reflect on where you got your support when you were having children or as a child. You know, quite often it's in that early phase. And this mum talks about how things have changed. His daily routine has been helped. And with language, her child was not particularly verbal. Our worker gave a game, a little Skittles game, so that the child started to practice sounds, and it was something that he was in control of. And he started to be comfortable going to new settings and using more language as well. So I'm going to wrap up now. How do we take this experience to make a difference for more babies, toddlers and families in Oxfordshire? Just to recap, what Grown Minds is joined up partnership approach. It involves one-to-one holistic support. It's focused on reach, and it's building parents' confidence, skills and connections, supporting the home learning environment. In terms of where we go, we're going to continue to listen and learn and adapt the model. But we would really love to use our experience to help shape future plans for the early years in Oxfordshire. If you think about co-production and our ethos of grassroots up, could we not help shape what comes next through this experience? Looking at Sarah's model of the nurturing care framework, you just think about the potential if our model expanded to include child nutrition, physical activity in a more holistic sense, the maternity aspect of it. I think that could be so powerful. I just think it could be the part of the model and the foundation for family hubs. We know that a lot of the elements in our approach track with the policy objectives of the Start for Life programme. But whatever the solution, I think our experience has been make it grassroots up and put the families first. Structure it so that it's cross-sector and that community collaboration is baked in. Adapt to our local communities in ways that reach families that need us most. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Catherine. As always, those quotes are really powerful. You did mention Claire as you talked, and we were hoping to have Claire Law from Better Blackpool, who've been doing some brilliant things up there. Claire contacted her yesterday to say she was really unwell, and actually during the day she did try and find someone else who was going to be able to come down, but was not able to. So sadly, we won't have the benefit of her talking today. So let me now move to our next speaker with another national perspective. Carol Payne, Deputy CEO of Speech and Language UK. Welcome, Carol.
Good morning, everyone. And I share Lisa's feelings about the height of the desk and the height of me. So I hope you can see me and hear me all the same. I have moved the mic, so hopefully we'll be good to go. I'm going to talk to you today about a report that we've published recently and then sort of try and bring it from a national perspective into the local perspective. And that report's called Getting in Early, Transforming Speech and Language Interventions That Can Transform Children's Lives. So just a little bit about Speech and Language UK, in case you haven't heard of us, and some of you in the room may remember us being called ICANN. We changed our name a couple of years ago because lots of people told us that they really liked what we did, but they could never remember what we were called. And that's a real inhibitor as a charity if people can't remember what you're called. I mean, how are they going to spread the word? So our vision is that every child who's facing challenges with talking and understanding words has the right opportunities to sort of move forward. And we share this shocking statistic. It's shocking to me that there are 1.9 million children in the UK who are struggling with talking and understanding words. I'll tell you a little bit more about that in a little while. But that's a very large number. We've heard a lot about the importance of language already this morning, so just want you to hold that in your thoughts. And what do we do at Speech and Language UK? Well, these are the main things that we do. We provide innovative programmes. They could be training programmes, they could be actual interventions, ways to work with children in settings. Because we do that, we provide a lot of training as well, because if you're going to develop an intervention, you want people to apply it in the right way and consistently. We also give advice and guidance for families. So through our sort of advice line, people can have a call with a speech and language advisor. And we have a lot of guidance on our website, including a progress checking tool that families in the early years can use to just check, well, is my child doing what I might expect them to do, and get some top tips. We push for policy change, and that's part of the reason why I'm talking about the report that I'm going to share with you this morning. And at the other end of the spectrum, we run 2 special schools. So we like to think we've got our own graduated response. We're trying to act on a universal basis, raising awareness of the importance of speech, language and communication, supporting those families, educators who need some extra support at the early stages, recognising that you don't necessarily get to see a speech and language therapist as quickly as you'd like to. And then at the other end of the spectrum, we are supporting those children with the most complex speech and language challenges. So what I'm going to cover today is why this report now, the 4 key recommendations that come from the report, but then looking at Oxfordshire's strategy to support early language and communication. The questions bit will actually be when we're in the panel, but I've prepared a little provocation just in case people are wondering what they could cover. So why this report now? I think, like a lot of people, we've perceived a changing of the ways as we had a general election in July, and in the Labour Party manifesto it said developing early communication skills is another key foundation for life. Hooray! Yes, there it was in black and white. There's serious knock-on consequences when development is delayed. So Labour will fund evidence-based early language interventions in primary schools so that every child can find their voice. There was much in that as an organisation we really loved, but there were a few bits in it that we thought, So this is an opportunity for a national charity like ours to sort of try and move a bit further forward on a very important agenda. We were really welcoming the fact that the government recognised the importance of investing in children's speech and language. But there's a challenge in some of the words in that manifesto statement and in some of the actions that have come from it. And so I'm going to highlight those in a few ways as we go into the report. So our response was to develop this report to sort of just bring to life some of those key points. I perhaps don't need to go through in detail some of these slides because fantastically, lots of the presenters have already told us why speech, language and communication skills are so important. So we know that they help us to make friends, learn, have good mental health, to get a job. And we know about their underpinning value in so many factors in life and in education. So thank you, colleagues, so that I won't have to speed talk quite so much as I might have done. And I mentioned this big statistic at the beginning, the 1.9 million children. And if you're wondering where we get that from, it's actually from polling research that we've been doing with educators to look at what they're seeing in their classrooms. And we've been doing this over the last few years. So breaking that down, there are 1 in 10 children who have a long-term speech and language challenge. So that's about 2 or 3 in every classroom. That's an awful lot to be thinking of. We've also seen locally the statistics for children with autism. So when you balance all these things together, there's a lot that teachers, when children get into school, are going to have to cope with. So then if you layer on that in areas of disadvantage, we might see 1 in 4 children having some level of challenge with talking and understanding words. It's so important that we act as quickly as possible to reduce that number so that if children don't in a way need to enter an SEN pathway, we sort of help that to sort of come to fruition. And then, of course, we've got the SEN data itself, which still pinpoints that the largest cohort of children with special educational needs are those with speech and language challenges. So it's absolutely critical that we're acting as soon as possible. So, just also, again, people very helpfully reflected on the consequences of speech and language challenges, but I suppose the important things are that we're trying to avoid more people entering into the criminal justice system. We're trying to ensure that more people can go on and be productive economically, have good friends and relationships. So these are all critical underpinnings, and that the sort of rationale for why it's important that we intervene at an early stage. Oops. So, coming on to our report, we wanted to cover 4 fundamental aspects in the report. So the first one was about timing, thinking about what the manifesto said. It was very much about, having interventions, but in primary schools. So from our perspective, it was, why are we waiting until children are in primary schools? There's so much that we can be doing in the early years. And I'm not saying that we're not doing it, but it's just really important that we say that we're doing it, that it is our strategy and our purpose. There's something about choice, because one of the ways that the previous government has supported having interventions for children needing support with speech, language and communication has been to fund the Nuffield Early Language Intervention, which is an excellent intervention. I don't have anything against it. It's fantastic. However, for some settings, that's worked really well, and others have found it more difficult to apply. And it's an intervention that at the moment happens in reception. And we feel that settings need choice and tools that they can use across that sort of younger age range. We wanted to highlight the importance of identification. So having an understanding of who would benefit most from supporting tools, and having tools to track how children are making progress. And we also wanted to say a few things about training, which is not unfamiliar, and others have mentioned it already today. So why is timing important? Going back to the points that Ira made earlier, it's that clear and concerning link shown between children's early language development and then their performance in English and maths at the end of Key Stage 1, at the end of Key Stage 2. So these graphs just demonstrate those gaps that can arise when children don't have those early skills built in. We've had a lot of focus on children's language development since the pandemic, and I think it's really important that we recognise that worsening picture in many respects. But I just wanted to highlight these statistics from the Save the Children report in 2015, because this isn't necessarily an old problem, it's something that's been around for a long time. And we know there are some solutions, but we have to keep bringing back to the forefront why you would invest and look at those. And I've been really delighted that we're talking about Oxfordshire as Marmot County as well, because, the Marmot Review, Fair Society, Healthy Lives, really recognised the critical need for this investment in early years, and we felt that that was a critical point as well. So, I just turn my page. So, with the timing point, we thought, well, well, how do we address this? How can you support children at a younger age? We know about a really high-quality intervention that can take place in reception in schools, but what else is available? And I suppose one of the excellent things has been through different projects, we're getting better evidence for interventions that now can take place in early years settings. So I've highlighted some on the slides here. And one of the things that we've been pressing for is a greater attention for the under threes as well, because there are things that we should be doing focused in the home learning environment. And I'm going to come on to talk about that in a moment. In terms of choice, it's important that we recognise that one size doesn't fit all. In some settings, operating a group-based intervention may not be realistic, so you need to look at other tools. But for some settings, that's absolutely the ideal way of going, and you may have quite large groups of children who would benefit from that. We need to take on board the skills of the workforce as well. So we're recommending that there should be a suite of options available for settings to tap into. In terms of identification, it's so important that we're recognising the children who are struggling, or even the parents who are struggling. Ways that we can do that are through measures like the early language identification measure, and obviously there's been significant investment in Welcome in Oxfordshire. But it has been worrying nationally that take-up of measures for 2-year-olds have been very low in recent years, so that is a significant concern. And without that good identification, how do we know which children we should be intervening with? And training is absolutely fundamental. It's training for the whole workforce, so there's a growing awareness of how to support language and communication generally, but it's also about specific training if you're trying to implement a particular approach. So this is an example, again, from pre-pandemic, of where if you put in a combination of approaches, you really can turn the curve. In West Somerset, they had really significant problems with their achieving good level of development. And we were doing some work with them about introducing some different types of intervention. We saw fantastic improvements from that sort of combined approach by putting things in place in a systematic way. So in Oxfordshire, we've been looking at a number of objectives to improve outcomes for young children in talking and understanding words by embedding a speech and language pathway and ideally stretching from pre-birth to 5 years, as others have discussed. And it's so important that that sort of multi-agency leadership and workforce development play a critical part in that. And so some of the things that we've been doing to support the team have been reflecting on things like a theory of change and engaging key partners. Now, we're at the very earliest stages in doing this, but we've brought a number of resources to the sort of area. Part of that's about key messages, about early talking and understanding words. So I was really pleased to hear what Iram was saying earlier as well, about getting information to parents. And we've got some key resources that we've been using to do that. Our How Babies Learn to Talk approach, talking with your toddler, and TOTS talking. So How Babies Learn to Talk is as simple as a professional working with a group of parents to give them some key messages about early talking and understanding words. We support that with our own key message cards, but there are other ways of sort of making sure locally people have got those messages. I think the important thing about this is you're giving all parents that ready access to early information. And what we've found through some more recent research that we've been doing is that parents want things that sort of tap into understanding about brain development, understanding about building relationships. And those are the things that will motivate them to take on board some of these key messages and possibly change their behaviour. Just some comments from parents who've taken part in those kinds of sessions. And our Talking with Your Toddler, we run these Talking with Your Toddler webinars that parents can tap into every week through our advice line. But we found that some families don't want to do that, but it was a useful tool that if we ran a little webcast, if a practitioner in a setting or someone in a library or someone in a family hub played the webcast version and then paused with a group of parents, they could have a conversation about it. And it brought this information to a group of parents who might not have accessed it in other ways and enabled them to access that. I'm not going to have time to talk to you about Tots Talking because I've run out, but you will get to read it on the slides. There are some references as well to follow up, and this is a very exciting resource, which is a sort of more intensive group-based approach for working with families, but just helping them through those same things of building up their understanding of why you might employ certain behaviours and how you can change. So I leave you with a question, which is that given the government's target is for 75% of children to achieve a good level of development in the earliest foundation stage, what can we do collectively to ensure that children get the best start to actually make progress towards that? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Caroline. That's one of the questions we will return to later. So, Iram, over to you to chair a panel session. Thank you.
So if we could have our panel out here, please. Sarah, are you okay on this, or do you want a chair? You can sit on the chair if you like, 'cause I'll stand. Okay. Thank you. I was just getting into wanting more on the practical side when both of you stopped. So I hope there'll be an opportunity for you to come back and tell us a bit more about the can-do aspects. But before we start, we've got about 20 minutes, and there are 3 people on the panel who haven't been introduced, so I'm going to give them a chance to introduce themselves. Maybe start with Brenda and then across to Katie and Sarah. Just say a little bit, just a couple of sentences.
Is it on? I can't actually tell. Yeah, it is.
It is.
Okay, so I'm Brenda Kelly. I'm a consultant obstetrician in Oxford, and I have, as part of my portfolio, the lead for health inequalities in maternity. I am absolutely privileged to be the health partner with Flows at the Park in the Equal Start Oxford project. I'm absolutely delighted that we've become a Marmot County, but I was somewhat aghast when I spoke to Sir Michael at the launch when I asked, where does maternity sit in this, particularly in relation to early years? And I think this is a real opportunity for us in Oxfordshire to ensure that our conversation consistently extends pre-birth, because quite often it seems that we cut the cord and we say goodbye, and we cannot underestimate the impact of the maternal environment when it comes to early years development. I know, Iram, you touched on that. I'm going to push it a bit harder and say that the environmental factors that a baby experiences from conception to birth massively impact on their risk of future disease, whether it's heart disease, asthma, obesity, or psychiatric disorders. And when we think of those environmental factors, in particular maternal nutrition, maternal stress, use of drugs, really do impact. So we need to extend our consideration of the impact of maternal health beyond mental health, which is crucially important in those early conversations in speech and language development and so forth. And part of Equal Start Oxford, in fact, one of the core elements that we would hope to see out across Oxfordshire is, when working in priority areas, is to recognise that many families struggle and to use maternity, because we have 10 care contacts throughout pregnancy, and pregnancy is physiological. It happens to all of us. We've all been born. But our midwives and our doctors are critical noticers. So there's a unique opportunity in pregnancy to really think about the fetal programme, to really think about what we can do. And Equal Start Oxford, we have maternity advocates who are like social prescribers with an anti-poverty focus. Our midwives, doctors can refer directly to them, and they then take on prioritising those families' needs, looking at food, and our main issues, our main areas of referrals are food poverty, fuel poverty, housing issues, and the stresses those cause, as well as immigration. So, I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you. Hopefully you'll be able to say more about that in a bit.
Hello, I'm Katie Screeton. I'm Executive Head Teacher at John Henry Newman Academy in Littlemore. We were part of and are part of the initial setup of Growing Minds project. We are an area of deprivation. Going back, looking at your slide earlier, we've seen the level of deprivation within Littlemore increase over the years. So for us as a school, it was really important to look at what we could do to address those needs and to address the issues around the early years. So I'm here to answer any questions about that, if you have any.
My name is Sarah. I'm based here in the Department of Education. I work on a project called Learning in Families Through Technology with Dr. Sandra Mathers, who I think you're going to hear from after lunch. It's led by Professor Victoria Murphy, and we're very interested in the impact and influence of technology on families in the early years and how that impacts children's vocabulary, creativity, and the joint media engagement between family and child. I've also been part of an initiative we've just launched at the university, a new interdisciplinary research hub called AI in Education, and it's very much positioning parents, educators, students, families, academics and industry partners to come together to have the conversation and to co-create the research agenda about what role AI should play in education rather than what role it could play. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. There's an awful lot that has been said about language, but roots into homes seems to be a theme as well in terms of how we support families to strengthen the early home learning environment and also to strengthen their own skills. And AI might play a role in that. I mean, one of the few places that I get texts from is the NHS. You know, they seem to have my phone number and be able to get in touch with me, whether I like it or not. But maybe there's a bigger role for GPs then and, doctor surgeries for supporting some communication with parents. It's just a thought. Let's go back to Carol's point about what we can do to uplift children's language and communication, particularly in the first 1,000 days, but also what we might be able to do to support young women. I mean, maybe secondary schools have a role in all this as well, in terms of communicating with teenagers about health, nutrition, and how they might support their bodies to carry children. We seem to live very individualistic lives, like, we're never going to procreate and, none of those things are going to support us. We've also heard how many young mothers or first-time mothers are anxious about their first child and how that improves as they go on to a second or third. So maybe there's something about supporting parents with the first child in particular from a very early stage. I want to go to, first of all, maybe Carol's question about trying to raise the early years foundation stage profile scores from 67% to 75%. I actually think the 75% target is pretty appalling. Do we still want 1 in 4 children not to have reached competency in terms of school readiness for language and communication? Let's say we'd like 90%, so 1 in 10 children doesn't. And I also think about the teachers who are in more disadvantaged areas where they maybe have 10 children in that category in their classrooms, and what we might do because we do have things like the pupil premium and so on. So what can we think about in terms of strategies, in terms of parenting and professionals? What can we do to support language development and communication in children, particularly oracy? We can start with you, Carol, but other colleagues might have views as well.
I suppose one of the things that we've been keen to work with colleagues in Oxfordshire on is sort of based on learning we've been having in other local areas, where having access to universal key messages that are quite consistent so that everyone really could take them on board, they're delivered in a positive way, non-judgmentally, and are sort of just readily available, but can be supported and prompted through professionals without necessarily adding to professionals' workload, do seem a good place to start. And it's coming back to that theme of, do parents have that early information that they need, and is it coming to them in a way that's acceptable? So I do think that's a good place to start, but also recognising that for some families, perhaps we don't get the right tone and we don't get the right start to the conversation. So are there opportunities along the journey of that early years sort of pathway from 0 to 2, for instance, that mean you can do something slightly different to amplify the message, to continue to enable parents to sort of engage and think, oh, okay, so if I do it like that. And the reason I sort of grabbed the microphone was I did want to say something about tots talking. So it is an intervention. It's a group-based opportunity for families, for parents to come together for an hour a week for 8 weeks. And they sort of see some videos of a parent and a child interacting. And they just see two ways of doing things. And it's not about the facilitator telling them what to do. It's about enabling them to notice what could happen if you did it this way, or what could happen if you did it a different way. And I think sometimes sort of tapping into different styles of learning for parents and really reducing that potential for feeling judged by a professional is so important to get them on board. And the kinds of feedback that we get from that kind of thing are, gosh, I only ever tell my child what to do, or I only ever ask questions. I don't sort of play and talk about what I'm playing. I don't talk about this when I'm outside. So it's just building that opportunity to reflect so parents can have choices about what they do differently. I think that's really fundamental. But I'll let others speak as well, because it's a big question about how we sort of make those changes happen.
Do you want to come in, Katie?
Yeah, I was just going to say sort of quite similar to that. One of the things that we found with using the Growing Minds as a project is it enables lots of conversations, which are really important in a very soft way for parents to be able to talk about their own vulnerabilities, the challenges that they're having and things like that, and ask us quite directly then about the kind of support and things that they want and need and would really benefit from. And I think that modelling of conversation and opportunities for the appropriate dialogue, etc., has come out through that. So, for example, we do a lot of food-based work because great conversations come out of food, don't they? Our parents said that they might find it difficult thinking about what are the right foods and then how to do that in a healthy way, etc. And so we run cooking groups with our families, and then we're able to talk about the importance of meal times and sitting down and talking and doing that kind of thing. And it's looking at what we can do in a very soft, supportive way that will make the difference. Because I think we talk about school readiness a lot and about those children and are they school ready? But actually it's about, are the children school ready? Are the parents school ready? And is the school ready for those children? And I think for us, what has enabled us to really sort of start to see that difference is that our knowledge, that really deep knowledge of our children and our families through what might be considered that softer work around what we're doing to support them in the family, but that knowledge then for them to come and are then school readiness for the children's readiness can be much more impactful.
That's really interesting. I think Brenda would like to come in for a bit.
So I'm coming at this from a very different angle, and I think I'm looking at Laura. Laura's nodding as well, because within East Oxford, for example, we're based. If I take just one of our most vulnerable communities, the East Timorese communities, who have exceptional difficulty with school readiness. So I'm interested in what you're saying about the tots talking. How do you balance the need to preserve that important cultural aspect and psychosocial aspect of speaking the home language at home, alongside the desire to ensure you've got school-ready children who have some grasp of English? Because we know that actually if we push upon, and this has been, I come from Northern Ireland, so Dungannon, Mid-Ulster has got a very embedded East Timorese community. And one of the biggest challenges they've had is that push to learn English meant that you had parents who felt that they weren't able to talk as freely or openly in their home language. They weren't talking that home language, and that impacts on speech and language development. It impacts on sociability and so forth. I'm just curious how you tackle that within the project.
Also connection.
Connection,
with
absolutely.
Family and extended family. Yeah.
Obviously, we've developed Tots Talking in English, so it is an English-based resource, but what it's working with the parents isn't about learning English. It's about talking in the home environment. And that's really important, because what we're trying to demonstrate is parents and children having conversations. And actually, during the sessions, one of the things that the parents do at the end is they actually make something. So they make something to play with their children, a very simple toy. And the whole emphasis is on communication, not on English, not on developing a specific type of language, but on that back and forth conversation and the behaviours that will really enhance that. And it's really good that you mention it. We've in the last couple of years been doing some work in Tower Hamlets and Newham to look at how we use Tots Talking with families with English as an additional language, multilingual families with many languages, so that we've got really, in our training for the practitioner who leads the session, we've got the right sort of impetus to say, it's really important that we're encouraging parents to use the home language, because this isn't about a learning English lesson, it's about getting the grassroots of communication embedded, because in some respects, if the child does move into a setting, they've got a good opportunity there then to sort of be encouraged in their English language development. And there are other strategies you can use to support that. But really, for the family in the home environment, it's important that parents are talking to their children in the language they're confident and competent in, so that you get a really good language start.
I think this is a really important point, because we do know that in terms of language and brain development, having a good grounding, grammatical grounding in one language is very supportive to learning another language, and that we learn another language in exactly the same sort of way. It's also made me think of inhibitors to development, and how certain things that are can be supportive of development, like, using AI and so on, can also be inhibitors. Screen time is an issue that most parents struggle with from their toddlers onwards, because they are so manipulative of little minds, and not just little minds, grown-up minds as well. I'm sure when I take away the mobile phones of my students in lessons, they have separation anxiety all over again as adults. So I wonder if Sarah could say a little bit about her project on how using technology to support language development and to enhance what's happening in homes, rather than it being an inhibitor.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think as Sandra and I would share, the use of technology in the early years is very much like a nutrition. It's about a balanced diet, and it's less about the technology and the screen, more about what you're doing with the technology and the screen. Like all things, there can be a very good, rich, robust learning opportunity that's delivered through technology. There can also be pure trash. And I think education around what constitutes quality is actually more beneficial than perhaps making parents feel shamed by screen time debates. And I think positioning it in the right way, because for some families, technology can be a real lifeline, and I don't think we can ignore that. The project we're working on, just a couple of examples, we've been playing with AI to really try and understand the impact that AI-generated text may have on children's literacy moving forward. So we've developed a suite of AI-generated texts that we're now gathering data and information from in terms of how the children engage with them. What was critical to that was building into those texts parent prompts to guide parents and encourage them to stop and pause through the reading and modelling what good discussions are like in books. So it's a way that a technology tool can also be educative for parents that are engaging with the technology. There are also really high-tech solutions that are delivered in low-tech ways. A project I was very aware of and advised on was across India for a charity that used AI to develop a series of playful activities that parents could engage in with their children. And they were like, how are we going to now deliver this at scale to these Indian families that just weren't quite sure how to play with their children in their context? And so the solution was actually that there are timed phone calls that go on the landline to their homes at different times in the day. And they're like little prompts to say, have you played with your child today? Why don't you try baking something with them? Or, whatever the relevant prompt was. The response to that has been phenomenal in terms of the outcomes that have been achieved. So a simple thing of using the technology, you don't have to have a call centre of people calling. The tech, the AI can make the phone call, and it's just a little reminder to the parents. And I think lots of opportunities.
Thank you. I haven't done as good a job as my previous chair because I haven't opened it up to you, but we do have to stop now, otherwise we won't get lunch and you won't thank me. I thank everybody on the panel. I just want to leave with one suggestion. I've been involved in a case where a lawyer has been trying to get the government to change their plans in England on children's access to preschool from 9 months a year onwards. The families who need it the most are getting it the least. And one thing Oxfordshire could practically do is fund those children to have a place in preschool. And they are things like parents who, a mother who got in touch with me where she's looking after her own mother who's had a stroke. She's got a very disabled other child. She cannot claim that she works 16 hours a week when she works 24/7. And her small child is not getting that preschool experience, and the mother is very, very busy and stressed. So I think we need to look out for those families, the 4% that are slipping through the net that end up with some of the worst problems. Have a good lunch. And when are we back, James? Tell me, then we will... Oh.
Yeah, no, thank you very much, Iran. Thank you, everyone in the panel. 3 things really quickly. Back, if you will, at 1:15. See, please, if you can fit in time, to put a Post-it note on one of the 3 boards, if not all 3 of the boards, so we can pick up thoughts or suggestions. And beware, there may be a fire test at any point. Thank you. Right. So, I'm not sure whether many of you would recognise, but I'm absolutely delighted, before I actually introduce the next speaker, to say that we've been joined by the Lord Lieutenant, Margie Glasgow, who has an enormous, wide brief of issues. But I'm only too pleased to say that when we first started talking to her as the OIEP about intending to have an early years event, she very, very readily said, oh, I'm sure we can try and help on that. And she, and through her office, made contact with the Royal Foundation, who, as I'm sure many of you know, of the many things that the Royal Foundation has chosen Catherine to get behind, one of them is specifically early years initiatives. And through thanks to Margie and the contact, we're able to welcome Sally Hogg as the next speaker, who's had herself a background, academic background in research in early years, but joined the Royal Foundation only a few months ago in a senior role. So, Sally, let me hand over to you.
Thank you. It's lovely to be here. I'm always impressed. I don't know what magic you have in Oxfordshire, but there's just always such fantastic stuff going on and such brilliant, particularly small charities. OXPIP, PEEP, the local Home Start, Centre for Emotional Health. When I'm at a national stage, there's all these charities and you realise that they've got these hearts back in Oxford. So such assets to build on in the community. And now I've got the thing that my slides aren't moving. I've got 2 clickers. It's a... James, can you help? So I'll talk while James sorts the slides out. So I'm from the Royal Foundation of the Prince and Princess of Wales, and the Royal Foundation is an overarching charity for all of the issues that the Prince and Princess care about. And one issue particularly close to the Princess of Wales' heart is early childhood. And so we as a Centre for Early Childhood sit within the Royal Foundation. And I... Is that one? Yeah. So I'm going to talk to you about how our early years shape the people we become, and I've got some of the evidence to talk through, but I'm conscious a lot of that has been rehearsed already this morning, so I'll talk about that quite quickly, but just talk about how we're communicating that and using the Princess's passion and platform to try and elevate some of those messages, because we know that the early years are so often forgotten about. And particularly the littlest early years. I've spent a lot of my career talking about the baby blind spot and how we forget about the importance of the early years. So we have an amazing ability with the Princess behind us to really elevate that as an issue. And I'm going to talk a little bit about some of the work we're starting to do to really mobilise everybody in society to play their role. And I hope I've got a couple of models that I hope might be useful in your conversations across Oxfordshire about thinking about not just how do we support those amazing charities and public services we heard about this morning, but how do we get more people involved in seeing the role that they can play in the early years and seeing why they should play that role. So the Princess came to the early years not because she loves little children, although she does, but because she when she started as a working royal, she visited a lot of places where she saw people in some of the worst states of society, homelessness, with substance misuse problems, and she talked to them about what happened to them, and she kept hearing this lifelong story, actually how the roots of some of that disadvantage had started for them in early childhood, or potentially were intergenerational. She also has a passion for creating a thriving, happy, well-connected, healthy society, and she sees early childhood as the real key place where we can leverage change for that future vision. And so our role as a Centre for Early Childhood is about really unlocking the power of early childhood to create a society where we can prevent some of that harm to people and really help all of our communities to thrive. I'm going to talk a lot about how early childhood matters for the people we become, but I wanted to say, and those of you who heard me speak before will know I always sort of start with this, I don't want to just talk about becoming, because I want to talk about being as well. Little people are important in their own right. And I want us to celebrate and notice that, because actually so often we just talk about the instrumental value of early childhood. We should do these things for little people so that they become better in our schools and they don't use our public services later on. we should just do stuff for our little people because they're the most important little people in our society and they're just like us, important citizens, and that's really important. And one of the bits of research we do as the Royal Foundation is to look at public perceptions about what do people care about and what really motivates people. And we did some work, a huge representative UK sample, about what arguments really resonated with them about the early years. And the one that came top, this is a very complicated slide, but we asked people, what are the most important reasons for investing in early childhood? And they talked about helping children develop social skills and children having healthy, happy childhoods being the most important. We talked a bit this morning in some of the presentations about what really resonates with parents and what really resonates with communities. And actually what people care about as parents, as grandparents, as members of the community, generally is children having happy childhoods. That's what people want. And the other stuff is important, but actually we mustn't forget that. The great thing about early childhood is we can do both. We can create happy, thriving little people who are also on positive directories to be happy, thriving adults as well. So it's really a kind of double win for us. So now I'm going to talk about that bit about why early childhood lays the foundations for later development. You've already seen this picture already this morning, so I'm not going to dwell on it, but we know that this is a period of really rapid development in children's brains, in their bodies, in their psychosocial being as well, who they understand they are, their relationships. And that development is the foundations on which all later development will build. But it doesn't happen according to some predetermined blueprint. Children don't all just develop the same way. That development is shaped by what happens around them. And this is a graph from the Harvard at the Centre of the Developing Child talking about how easy it is for our brains to change as a result of the experiences that we have. And it shows that we have this real unique time in early childhood where actually children's brains are more plastic. There's more ability to change them, to help children to learn, to help them to develop. And that's why this is a real age of opportunity. But the important thing also about this graph is it doesn't stop. There's no cut-off. There's no magical point at the end of the first 1,000 days or the end of age 5 or age 8 or whatever it might be where we stop being able to learn and develop. We can always make things better for our children, whatever early childhood they've had. We can always learn and develop. There'd be no point in you all sitting here in this room if this graph had a hard stop and you couldn't learn anything. So actually, we can always make children's lives better, but it's easier to do it, and it's better for them if we can do it early on. Our development, our brains develop really rapidly. Our bodies, our understanding of ourselves and our skills develop really rapidly in this period. And that is shaped by our environment around us. And that has historically helped us to be really adaptive as a species. The fact that we do change and adapt according to the world around us. So actually it's good for this little baby on his back of his woolly mammoth to have a heightened stress response because he was living in a stressful time. But actually that ability our brains have to adapt according to our environment is sometimes not helpful, because if that environment is difficult early on, it means it can be shaping our brains in ways that aren't always adaptive and helpful. For a child who's had a traumatic early childhood and lived in a stressful environment, to start school with a heightened stress response is not a useful thing. It won't help them to settle and to make friends and learn. So actually, it's not a deficit in that child. They've got a brain that's highly adaptable, but the early experiences they've had have not set them up to thrive in the society that we now live in today. So that early adaptability of the brain, as this quote says, is a double-edged sword. It means we have an opportunity to really get things right for children, but it also means if things aren't going well, they can have pervasive consequences. So children are shaped by their environment. And actually, particularly for our youngest children, that environment really is about the relationships around them. There's a quote that says, children develop in the environment of relationships, and those relationships are what are shaping what's going on for them. So if you think about our tiniest babies, for example, they can't move by themselves, they can't see very far. The parents, the caring adults who are holding them are shaping the environment and experiences that they have. And that's why parents and caring adults are so vital in children's lives, because children are being shaped by their environment, but the environment really is those caring adults around them. And as children get older, that goes beyond the parent to the other caring adults that might be grandparents providing childcare, it might be formal settings, and also their wider communities as well. So there's this famous quote from Donald Winnicott, a psychotherapist, who says, there's no such thing as a baby alone doesn't exist. We have to see our children in the context of the families and communities around them. And when children do receive sensitive, nurturing care from the adults around them, that supports their development in a huge myriad of different ways, which we've heard about this morning. So when children have an adult who is responding to them, picking them up and soothing them when they cry, talking to them, noticing their cues, playing with them, sharing books, whatever it might be, it's laying the seeds for so many different developmental outcomes. If we work in policy, often we segment children. We think about kind of early language learning, which sits in the Department for Education, and early health and mental health, which sits in the Department for Health. But actually in a child's brain and a child's life, it's the same set of interactions that are developing the foundations for all of these different things. So if I have a parent or an adult around who's responding to my needs as a baby, who maybe notices when I'm looking at something or pointing at something and names it for me, I'm learning about that, what we call serve and return interaction. When I do something, there's a back and forth, and that's the roots of conversation. I'm learning about the names of things and the words we use. I'm learning how to regulate my emotions when a grown-up soothes me when I cry, and that helps me to manage my emotions as I grow up. And knowing that that grown-up is there for me, I have what's called a secure base. I can go out and explore the world. I feel confident taking other opportunities that might be available to me to play and learn and explore the world. So much happens through these caring early relationships. And I put even maths outcomes, because a lot of the time we talk about social, emotional, and language outcomes. But actually research has shown that lots of different outcomes come back to these early relationships as well. So I was at Cambridge for a couple of years, and my colleagues there they looked at maths learning in primary school and what was going on in the home before. And they say that, yes, doing maths tasks with kids in the home environment, counting with them, talking about shapes, helps maths knowledge. But actually, what was really important was having a sensitive, responsive relationship. Because actually, if you look at what a child is pointing at and say, oh, that's a square, that's going to have more important than shape than sort of showing them a square but not paying attention to where they're looking or what they're interested in. Actually be able to follow a child's lead, be able to talk about what they're interested in, be able to insert those different bits of counting or talking about shapes or talking about things that are going on into a caring relationship is how we really support children to learn all the different things they need to learn. So we know if we get this right, we can really help children to have those foundations for lots of different outcomes later on. We also know that if we get things wrong, if children are exposed to adversity and stress, it can lead to negative outcomes, potentially, if they don't then get the right support to deal with those things. So the Harvard Centre for the Developing Child talks about this concept of toxic stress. If as a small child I'm exposed to real stressful environments, high levels of stress, that affects my development physiologically, psychologically, and that can have a wide range of consequences later on. And particularly important in that is the relationships that children have. Because if you imagine a child who is living in a difficult environment and poverty, but they have an adult around them who picks them up when they cry, who feeds them when they're hungry, even if that adult is having to buffer a lot of stress to do that, that child can feel safe and secure. Whereas actually you can have the opposite being true. You can have a lot of wealth and good things in your family, but if your needs aren't met, if you're left to cry as a tiny baby, that's like an existential crisis, because actually you need somebody to pick you up when you're crying, to feed you when you're hungry, because you're completely helpless as a little baby without those things. So actually that will feel very, very stressful for a child. So understanding relationships and the way they mediate what's going on in a child's environment and the child are really important in understanding how those external factors actually affect the child's developing body and brain. And that can have really long-term consequences, because the early development that's happening in a child's body and brain then will affect them throughout their lives if we don't provide the right support later on. So another quote for you from Human Relationships, and the effect of relationships on relationships are the building blocks of healthy development. From the moment of our conception to the finality of our death, intimate and caring relationships are the fundamental mediators of successful human adaptation. So this is a report from the Harvard Centre, and they show the impact, the relationship between relationships that children have with their adults early in life and a huge range of later outcomes that speak to things that we think about potentially as having nothing to do with early childhood, later heart attacks, later strokes, obesity, drug use. All of these bad, poor adult outcomes can be traced back to things that happen in early childhood and how those affect our developing stress response systems and our physiology, how they affect our ability to regulate our emotions and to deal with stress in our lives, and how they create either the supportive relationships around us that help us to thrive or not if we can't create those. So early relationships and what happens in those relationships, getting those nurturing care is critical. But that doesn't happen in a vacuum. The ability, as we've heard so much this morning, of caring adults to provide the support that children need depends very much on what's happening around them and the communities and the support, the employers, the public services, the charities that are around. There are two things that charities and others and public services and employers can do to support parents and other caring adults to provide that care that babies need. One is providing the positive support, helping parents to tune into their child's developing cues, helping them to have places and spaces where they can go to play safely and to be warm and to eat and to do all those things they need to do. But actually many parents are able, they don't need to be taught how to tune into their baby and love their baby. What they need us to do is to remove all the stress factors in their lives that make that really hard for them to do. If you are, as we heard this morning, some of those case studies, if you're worried about where your next meal is coming from, if you think you might lose your housing any day now, if you're having to protect your children from domestic abuse, it's going to be much harder to respond sensitively to your baby's cues, to play and to share books and to do all of those things that you would probably love to do if you have the time. And so a lot of what we can do for families is actually trying to tackle those stress factors in their lives and give them the freedom and the space and the headspace to be the parent they want to be. So we can do these two things for families: supporting nurturing care and helping parents to develop the skills and knowledge and resources they need to do that, but also tackling poverty, domestic abuse, poor housing that makes it harder for them to be the parents they want to be. And here's another quote from the Princess, just bringing that to life, that nurture children are the consequence of nurturing adults. So investing in children means investing in people around them. We've talked a lot about parents today as the nurturing adults, but as Aran said, nurturing adults are also the people in childcare and early education settings, in playgroups. How do we nurture all of the adults around children so they can provide that sensitive care? So we know that at least that relationships are really critical, both to children's wellbeing now and to their later development. And this is one of the things that the Royal Foundation are really trying to communicate in lots of different and sometimes quite creative ways to the wider public. So I'm going to show you a video now that the Centre created a couple of years ago to try and bring some of this to life. Now this video it's called Layla's Story. It's about a little girl developing. And you could just watch it, it's very nice to watch. But what I want you to do when you're watching it is really listen to what's going on. Because actually what you hear when you tune into this video is all the grown-ups around Layla and what they're doing positively to support her development. And then we see those play out in her ability to go out into the world as a confident little girl who's able to make the most of her childhood. Just hopefully get this video to work.
We can't wait to meet you.
You've been very chatty today.
We're only getting a few hours sleep. It's been tough.
We can look after her this evening.
Would you like a song from Nana?
Early in the morning, there's a whisper in the trees. Breathe a breath of me, my child. When the water dries, juicy creatures from the light.
Can you say Dada?
Breathe a breath of me,
Did you hear her?
my child.
Are you going to catch me?
Waking's never easy.
Come on, you can do it. I love you. Mummy will be back this afternoon. It's okay to be a wee bit scared. Let's go say hi together.
one of the things that the Centre for Early Childhood really wants to be is power to the elbow of all of you and others in local communities who are really trying to advocate for early childhood. And so resources like that are made and freely available for everybody to use, hopefully to be helpful, maybe to get messages about early childhood to other audiences who might not have heard or might not resonate with some of the other information we provide. The other thing that we're doing is really making the case to different groups who perhaps haven't already heard the evidence or haven't thought about the role they can play in early childhood. And one of those is the business community. So we have a business task force which brings together some of the very large businesses and employers in the UK to think about the role they can play in early childhood. And one of the things that they've done is to provide the economic case for the investment in early childhood, and how doing this is a really good way to support our economy, which is obviously a critical issue to many people at the moment. And there we go, we're ignoring that.
I think we have to ignore it for a few seconds.
We're ignoring that.
If it goes off, we carry on.
So they did this work last year and produced this report that showed that actually, if we invest in early childhood, that could, for every year, we can improve early childhood outcomes, that could secure 45 billion a year for the economy. Now, I hate reducing early childhood to amount of money. I think there's just a moral and a social case why we should care about our kids, but sadly we have to make this case as well. And it is really strong. We can make a really clear case. So this splits in three ways. We save money because we equip kids with better skills, particularly social and emotional skills, is what was looked at in this report, and language skills. And those enable children to go on to achieve their full potential at school, in training, and therefore to contribute more to our economy. Then there's the money that we save, our preventative spend. So this 16 billion figure is what we prevent spending on... Ignore it again. If anyone sees smoke, then act. Because we don't have to provide additional care. So if we can reduce the incidence or the severity of mental health problems, if we can reduce people being in housing crisis or substance misuse or needing other forms of additional support, we can save a lot of money, as well as making their lives better. That bit being critical. And they also brought this figure in about the importance of supporting parents. Now, this is obviously, as Iram talked about, there's a tension between talking about providing childcare that enables parents to work and providing good early education and care opportunities that help children to thrive. But if we get the system right, we can do both, and therefore we can help parents to thrive in their careers and be the parents they want to be, and give our children great opportunities in early education as well. There's a Nobel-winning economist called James Heckman. I'm sure you've all heard of him. But he has this graph which shows the return on investment of investing at different points in children's lives, and how, if we invest early, there is a greater return on investment than investing later in children's lives. Now, this is really difficult for public services to do, because this is an investment over the whole life course of a child, and that's not how our public services are funded. So it's always very difficult, and that's why things like partnerships with philanthropists and businesses and others are really important, because they can maybe invest for a longer period. But we do get better return on investment, as well as making children's lives better, if we invest early on. And that's for a couple of reasons. One, just because we've got a longer time to get the returns. You know, we've got more of children's lives ahead of them where they're going to benefit from those early investments. But also because this maps perfectly onto that graph of brain plasticity that I talked about. It's easier to get change if we work with children early on, before problems have really become embedded. And we know that skills beget skills. So actually, if we have children who have these positive early experiences in early childhood, they learn to trust adults, they have good relationships, they're more able potentially to focus because they're less stressed, they're able to regulate their emotions, they're able to make friends. They start school more able to take advantage of all of the things that school has to offer them. So the investment then that the public purse is putting into school is getting more back, because those children can get more from it, and there's less need for them to get extra support. And on the back of those positive school experiences, they thrive academically, they thrive socially, and that has wider benefits for them as they leave school and contribute to our communities and to our workforce. And so you see this kind of positive cycle developing, actually, if we invest early, because children can then go on. And that's really what school readiness is about. It's about our children being able to make the most of all of these amazing opportunities that our schools can provide because they've had those nurturing experiences in early life. So the Princess is really passionate about talking about how early childhood shouldn't just be an issue that parents care about. That she doesn't care about it just because she's a mum, she cares about it because she cares about the whole of society. And she wants it to be an issue that the whole of society cares about, just as the environment or climate change and those things are seen as big societal issues. And she wants everybody to see the role that they can play in tackling early childhood. This is a chart from some work I did with UNICEF a couple of years ago, looking at babies and young children's, particularly their mental health, but this applies to everything. And we look at actually the child development develops in the context of a relationship. That relationship's vital. But as I said, it doesn't happen in a vacuum. There are factors in families, in communities, in wider society and the environment around children, all of which influence children's development, either directly, maybe they've got playgrounds and libraries to go to, or indirectly because they create pressures on parents. If parents aren't getting paid well enough or if they're getting stressed at work, that comes back to the home environment. So this whole world around a child and family is influencing how children develop in many complex and interacting ways. But that also presents a huge amount of opportunities because you can go to anybody in a different part of the council or a different part of the health service or in business or in our community sector, and they will be able to map out themselves somewhere on that diagram and say, actually, this is the role that I can play in helping our children. It might be indirect, it might be through helping things that help communities and families, but we can all play a role in improving early development. And actually what we really need to do in this context where there's no magic money tree is to mobilise all of those amazing assets we do already have in our communities and really get people doing everything they can to support families in early childhood. And our business task force have created this framework specifically for businesses and employers. And I think you've got an amazing opportunity in Oxfordshire with the kind of economic partnership to think about really bringing in some of those different voices and employers and businesses as well. So there are 5 ways here that businesses can support early childhood through strengthening and social and emotional skills. So thinking about nurturing either social and emotional skills in adults in the workforce to help them to take those skills into their parenting, or thinking about providing opportunities for children to do that. Transforming the culture, just talking about how early childhood matters and modelling that. Supporting working parents and caregivers, that's the kind of obvious but really important one. What's your maternity leave like, your paternity leave, your flexible working policies? Do they enable parents to be the parents they want to be and to earn the income that they need to thrive? And really kind of testing that not just for the obvious visible workforce, but actually the people who are on 0 hours contracts or who are doing the cleaning or the catering or the security actually are lower earning communities who potentially need support more than others but are less likely to get some of those conditions. Securing the necessities, so we've got some brilliant partnerships with employers like IKEA, for example, thinking about what they can do to actually just provide stuff to families, to feed into baby banks, to feed into safe bed, safe sleep schemes. And then improving early childhood education and care. And there's a number of employers who are thinking about how do they support the quality of early education and childcare. So the Co-op are running something where their apprenticeship levy is actually funding childcare apprentices rather than apprentices coming into the Co-op. So they're sort of using that money from government in a different way. So there are different things that they're all doing, but they're all about actually saying we've got lots of ways, options at our disposal, which we may be able to use to direct more attention and resource and support for parents in early childhood. So that might be a model that's quite useful in Oxfordshire if you're thinking about what are the different things that employers can do. And some large employers might be able to do all of that, and others might be able to say, well, I can't really afford to give parents more paternity leave, but I can improve my working conditions so that parents get home to pick their kids up at the time they want to and with the mindset, you know, not stressed, more able to engage with their children. So there's lots of different things people can do. So the 2 questions really to leave you with are, what can we all do to ensure that more babies and children have that positive nurturing care that they need to thrive? And then how do we address those challenges that make it harder for the adults around children to provide that care? That's to leave you with. Thank you.
Sally, thank you very much. That was brilliant, and thank you again for joining us today. So, can I now invite Lisa up to chair the next panel session? Lisa.
We on? Yeah. Good afternoon. Hope you enjoyed your lunch. That was really, really brilliant, Sally, and much food for thought, because we were just having a conversation earlier about where does the money come from, and it's always tough, but I've got a feeling that there is more we can do in terms of the Oxfordshire pound, and certainly I'm being told that Oxfordshire and Oxford is one of the places that gives more back to the Treasury, that and is economically a success story. So there is an opportunity there to do something different. And I'm just going to go away and think about that. So some people might get a knock on the door a bit later. Right. So panel. I'm going to ask colleagues to introduce themselves. I don't know whether you've all got microphones. You can share mine. Would you like to introduce yourself, and then we'll get started?
So I'm Sandra Mathers. I'm from here, from the University of Oxford. I'm a senior research fellow in the Department of Education. And it's interesting being asked to sum up the whole of your research in a very succinct way. I suppose my work is broadly around the thinking about effective adult-child interactions. So thinking about the quality of early education provision that Iram was talking about before. I think quite a lot about the workforce. So thinking about how we equip the early years workforce, what effective professional development looks like, what sort of knowledge do our early educators need, particularly to equip them for supporting children's oral language development. A lot of my work focuses on that. And also developing interventions, including professional development, to equip the workforce with the knowledge and skills that they need. So the Talking Time programme that Carol mentioned earlier, I'm working with Julie Dockrell on that at the moment. I also have more recently started doing some work, which I'm finding very interesting. It's a new area for me. I work with Sarah Ratner, who spoke earlier, on the LIFT project. So there we're looking at children and technology. And my role there is really thinking about how we get families using media together. So that's something I'd be interested in exploring a little bit. So that's me. I'll hand over to Sally. Oh, you've got your own. Fine.
Hi, I'm Sally Smith. I'm the CEO of People. We're a charity. We're based in Littlemore. We started in 1995. We do three things. We develop intervention programs. We deliver them locally in Littlemore, Rose Hill, Blackbird Leys and Greater Leys. And we train practitioners from around the country to deliver the programs that we developed. Our flagship programme is the PEEP Learning Together programme, and it's based on the research that we've been hearing so much about this morning, that the quality of relationships between parents and children really matter, how responsive, how consistent, how dependable, how sensitive they are, and also the quality of the learning opportunities that children have at home. And Iram is the specialist in that, but we know that the home learning environment, it's so important. It's not who you are, but it's what you do. And both of those things, despite the myriad of other things which impact on children's outcomes like poverty, the quality of relationships and the quality of the home learning environment are both really open to intervention. They're open to programs and support which can improve those things. And we know that by improving those things, we can improve children's cognitive and social emotional outcomes. So we've had some wonderful research done on the PEEP Learning Together programme by the Education Endowment Foundation. The large-scale study, 140 settings, 1,500 families, and it showed that children who took part in the programme, for the disadvantaged children, over the 5 months that the programme ran, they made an additional 4 months progress in their core language, 4 months progress in their communication skills, and 3 months progress in their early literacy development. These children were 3 years old. So it was very exciting, brilliant outcome for us to think we developed a programme that could do that. But we also know that programmes aren't magic bullets. They don't make the impact on their own. It's the quality of the training, yes, that we provide, but also the quality of the support that the practitioner gets. So another thing that we do as an organisation is to try and support the commissioners of our programmes in thinking about how they implement them. And that quality of support for the practitioner, quality of their management, the quality that their managers, how that sits within a service is so important. So we're really trying to advocate for that with the organisations that commission our programmes.
My name is Nayeli Gonzalez Gomez. I'm a reader in psychology, and my research is mainly about language development. I try to understand how babies learn to speak, how they learn 2 languages at the same time, 3 languages, 4. I have babies learning in 5 languages, so I try to understand how they do that. And I'm really interested also in the different... Oh, we got another one. I told you that it would be when I was talking. The different factors that affect language development, some of the things that we already were hearing this morning in terms of early childhood education and care, parental mental health, the quality of the relationships, and also we were working on a project during the pandemic to see how the pandemic will affect early cognitive development. What we found in that work together with Alex and Sally was also involved, was that the amount of time that parents spend doing what we call enriching activities, just spending quality time with their children during the pandemic, was related to the language development, their thinking skills, their regulation skills. And an easy solution for that will be just to tell parents, well, you need to do more of that. You need to spend more time talking to your child and doing enriching activities and all of these things. But that was not the approach that we wanted to take. I think that it's important to understand what is going on, why parents do not engage in those activities. So what we did was to do some workshops, to hear from parents, to hear from practitioners that work closely with parents. What are the barriers that parents face to do that? And we collected quite a few barriers, and based on that, we tried to develop some activity packs that will address those barriers, and we try to engage parents to do more activities with their children. And those activity packs were distributed in Oxford with the help of our partners to over 1,000 families in Oxford, and were also distributed in Argentina with a very vulnerable community there as well. And the results so far are very, very, very encouraging and very positive.
I'm a research fellow at the Department of Experimental Psychology. I particularly focus on attention, regulation and thinking skills. We can call them executive functions, we can call them self-regulation, but essentially they're all the stuff that we saw growing in Sal's video there. That it's the ability to take turns, to share, to regulate your emotions in difficult or challenging circumstances. And I'm really interested in understanding first, how do we measure those skills in the really young ones when it is developmentally appropriate that these skills are fragile? And then how do we spot the children where they're struggling a little bit more than we might expect based on their age? Thinking about are there populations particularly at risk, but also are there strengths that maybe come with some of the differences and divergences. So one of the things that I'm really interested in is diverse developmental paths to thriving. This idea that there isn't one trajectory, that all children do not need to look the same at every point in development. And actually it's our role as researchers, as practitioners, as members of the community to identify children where they are and support them to thrive as unique individuals. And that leads to the third part of my work, which is about developing and evaluating interventions that aim to do that in ways that are appropriate for communities, that work with strengths. And I work with Sally particularly because people take that strengths-based approach, which is A, going to be more effective, and B, is the morally right way to do things. But also working with neurodiverse families, working with families where maybe the parent is autistic or has ADHD, or the child is showing neurodivergent traits, and thinking about, well, what's the best way to support this child to thrive? And it's not necessarily about meeting particular milestones at a particular point, but about tuning into that particular child.
Thank you. I think I'm on, yes. Okay, so you've heard from our diverse, interesting and expert panel. I would really like now that we're warmed up this afternoon for you to start asking some questions. I know when we were outside, people were talking and cogitating on what they'd heard, and let's give an opportunity now really for the floor to ask questions. And the topic is what children need to thrive, which is huge. But I'd like to encourage people to ask questions from the audience, please. Aha, a brave person.
Okay, thank you. Hi. Actually, it's a question probably more for Sally. Based on my personal experience, the children that are at highest risk of the poorest outcomes tend to or often live in families that, for very good reason, are suspicious or have not very much faith in services. And so you can put on as many brilliant projects and interventions as you like, but if they're not going to come and they're not going to engage with you, those interventions are rendered pointless. And what I heard this morning from Catherine about the Growing Minds project is how very well you engage exactly those families, and there must be some secret sauce. So I'm like, can you talk to us a bit about the skill and the time and the resource that you have developed in PEEP and in Growing Minds to engage the families that we most want to reach?
Yeah, thank you, Karen. It's such an important question, because however good an intervention is and however good a service is, if people that you really want to reach aren't accessing it, it's not going to have the impact that it has the potential to have. I think trusted relationships are absolutely key, and they take time and resource to build up. You can't just pitch up and sell your wares and expect people to come. An organisation or a service that is delivering has just got to invest time in their practitioners, in their staff, really getting to know their community. And also I think it's to do with the nature of the offer. It's got to be unstigmatizing. So at a kind of broad level, if it's something that is available to the whole community, I think that is really important. It's not seen as something that only those families are eligible for. And it's really important that there's no wrong door into a service. So that's about joining up services in a community. The practitioners, the professionals working in an area, knowing each other as well as knowing the community, so that they can refer families, families will get to know one person generally more than another. So that trusted person might be the one that goes along with that family to see another person that could be really helpful to them. So I think there isn't one secret sauce, but I think it's a combination of those things. And also really taking time to get to know the families and think about their strengths, because, you know, all families, they love their children and they really want the best for them. And they're doing a lot of good things. And if, as a professional, you come into that relationship with the family, thinking about what they're not doing or what they should be doing, that's really going to be a barrier for you to see the good things that are already going on. And if you can perceive those good things, if you can see them, then the first thing you can do is to say to the family, you know, that little thing that you just did there, gee, that's brilliant. That's really, really good. And then you can explain to them why what they're already doing is helpful. And that's going back to sharing that knowledge. We've been talking about it a lot this morning. Sharing that professional knowledge, but not in an expert top-down way, but in a way that values and builds on what families do. And that, yeah, I think that's really important as well.
Can I also add?
Oh.
Sorry, do you want to?
Yeah, no. So I just wanted to add really briefly that I suppose from my point of view within a university, I think I couldn't agree more, Sally. And I mean, it's amazing the work that you do in PEEP. I think for me, it really highlights the importance of partnership working. Because actually, you know, for us in universities, you know, we do work that is hopefully of some use, but also we don't have those relationships with the community. And, you know, we don't have that knowledge, we don't have that local context. And, you know, if I were a parent in an area and I saw somebody from Oxford University coming, I'd probably run a mile. And so actually, I just think it's also really important just to celebrate what we're all about in this room here today, which is bringing all of the different parties together and really working together with the strengths that everybody has to solve this problem.
And just the little point that I wanted to add was that it's not just a numbers game. Yes, it's really important to get the families through the door, and that's where you can have the most direct impact. But parents talk. There are parents who will be benefiting from the Learning Together programme that people run that never set through, never walked through a door. And equally, if you're doing great work in a nursery and communicating with one family and getting a message, you can guarantee that you have reached other families too. So it comes back to this idea of the social contract. Keep believing in sharing the message about the importance of supporting children's development, and keep believing that what you're doing is important. And as evaluators and as commissioners, trying to not focus on how many parents accessed a particular intervention or did we get enough numbers on this particular programme, probably the impact is going to be far greater than we're ever going to be measuring in a satisfactory way.
Thank you. Oh, we've got more questions now. That's brilliant.
So Karen talked about secret sauce, and I think, Sally, just if we could just bottle up your kind of thinking and approach, that would be an amazing sauce to have. But I was thinking, we've heard a lot today. I mean, the fact this event is taking place and there's the new early years board, there's a lot of desire to do more and achieve more for Oxfordshire's children. And I wonder, but there's also some amazing assets already and some brilliant stuff going on. So how can we marry that up? And I guess if you had an ask, Sally, and others on the panel as well, for everybody in this room around what could be done to get more of that magic to more of the children here and not lose the magic in the process of it, what could the business community, the council, the other partners in this room, the ICB do to help kind of build on the assets that already exist in Oxfordshire?
Big question. Big question. I think, I mean, dare I mention it? Funding is really important. As the CEO of a charity, I spend an awful lot of my time fundraising, and we've been operating in Oxford since 1995. In the early days, we got a lot of our funding through the local authority. I know that the situation has changed for local authorities, but it's been 10 years since we've had anything from the local authority towards what we do. So funding is one thing. I think there's a kind of sort of tension in what I'm going to say. I think we need an overarching strategy to which everybody is aware of and accountable to. And I'm thinking of national government, and I do look back to Sure Start and what it did offer in that respect. But there's also the trust that needs to be placed in local communities and local services to know their communities and do what's right in their area. So I think it's a combination of those three things.
So I would build on. Oh, I don't think I'm on. Am I on now? Yeah, okay. So I would build on that. I couldn't agree more. I mean, fundamentally, it's, you know, it's not all about the money, but actually it kind of is. Because, you know, it's very difficult to do anything without that investment. And there's investment in programs, you know, fantastic programs like PEEP and in the services. But I think we've also heard a lot about the workforce today. And so I guess I would really put in a call for investment in the workforce, in funding the pay of the workforce, but also in investing in the value of our early years workforce, because that early years workforce, that's our children's future. You know, they're the people that are going to make that difference. And actually, it really, of course, it's about the pay, but it's also about the workforce well-being. You know, somebody today, I think Sally potentially has mentioned that already, and I just wanted to kind of raise the profile of that a little bit, because I think it's really important. We are all about the children, but it's really difficult to do a good job and nurture the well-being of our children and to support their development. You've got to have good well-being yourself. So I think I would really emphasise the need for that, really caring for our workforce.
I completely agree with what you were saying, and I think that it was mentioned this morning, but I think it's really important also to emphasize the educational aspect of early. I really like the term early childhood education and care, and I think that many times we forget that it's about education, and then we just focus on the childcare aspect. So I think that by bringing and highlighting the importance of the education aspect, also you are giving more importance to those people, right? It's not just somebody there to sit and then just make sure that the children are alive at the end of the day. It's not just play, right? Exactly. It's about just making sure that these children have the opportunities to learn and to really thrive, which is really the most important job in the world. That and I think that also, just going back to Sally's question, is about also focusing on the parents, right? So we have the different aspects. So we talk about early childhood education and care, but I think that we also need to hear from the families, just to understand what they are going through, to understand the barriers, to understand the needs. What is it that they really need? What will work for some family might not work for another one. So I think that we just really need to go back to them. And the importance of co-creation, I think that is really important, hearing their voices and then just working together, the different partners that we have been talking about, to really do something that is meaningful for those families.
Lots of questions. We're going to have to run around now.
I just wanted to put in a word for, we've talked a lot about workforce development, but actually as charities, a lot of us rely on and are absolutely amazed by the work produced and supported by our volunteers. And actually they are an integral part of this whole partnership, and I wouldn't want them forgotten in this process.
Thank you. I think that's a great... They just turn off by themselves. I think that's a great point, Prue. And, you know, Home Start is such a key organisation that is fuelled by volunteers. But in order to use volunteers effectively, those volunteers have got to be supported and managed, and that takes resource as well. So I'm absolutely know that we need to give a big shout out for volunteers, but I think there's a caution around thinking that volunteers don't need that investment and funding that supports them to do the brilliant job that they do.
Thank you. We've got a question here. I'm going to use this microphone to stop my colleague from having to run.
Thank you. Andrew Fenton with NHS South, Central and West CSU.
linked to a number of comments is around things around sort of engagement and involvement of the most sort of disadvantaged or marginalised families and communities. I'm wondering if the panel are familiar with the community health worker model and some of the evidence and research around that, and to what extent it could be something that could really help to make inroads in early years development. So just briefly, it's an intervention or model that actually comes from Brazil and has been trialled and piloted in Chelsea and Westminster. But it's got some similarities to health visiting, I suppose, but it's very much a neighbourhood targeted, universal and a holistic service. So essentially it stresses the development of relationships with families and households. It's all age groups, not just children and young people. But potentially it's got some benefits around the sort of more holistic household and family targeted approach. And I was wondering if you've got any thoughts on that research and its perhaps potential relevance for Oxfordshire.
I think Dan might want to say something.
I know. I don't know if this is working, so I'll shout. It is working. Fantastic. Yes, Andrew talks about the community health worker. It is a programme that we've been piloting in Barton and Blackbird Leys. It's health workers that are attached to GP surgeries and they're allocated households. So if we can target some of these families, then absolutely it can support it. But similar to what Sally and others have said, these are things that we are creating the evidence for and then finding ways of funding them. So weirdly, it's not actually nationally contracted as part of GPs, although the evidence is really good. And it's really getting back to that household level intervention. So absolutely, as we get better at, as we've talked throughout this, as we get better at joining up all of our different services, we'll get better at targeting and supporting those.
Colleague wants to speak as well on this.
I just think it makes a lot of sense, that approach, in part because you are more receptive to hear from someone who looks like you, who understands your context. And so you're going to be better able to take on the evidence-based advice that you're given. But also someone who's from your community, who understands your context, is more able to give you appropriate advice and isn't trying to turn you into a particular kind of a parent. As a white middle-class parent, I might assume that, my way is the best way, but it really, really isn't. There are lots of amazing ways to be a nurturing parent. And if I were an autistic parent, I might not show warmth and responsiveness in the same way as another parent, but it doesn't mean I'm not doing a fantastic job. So the more that we can kind of work with parents or work with practitioners or volunteers or clinicians who are from diverse backgrounds themselves and who can relate to parents at an individual level and spot their unique ways to help their unique children to thrive, then I think that's going to be the best scalable and the most appropriate model.
Thank you. We've got a question at the back from Miriam.
Given that we've talked a lot about the importance of the under threes, where there is the least provision, and the Heckman equation is more complicated than the diagram we saw, which is that there's a bigger return for under fives, but there's an even bigger return for under fives who are disadvantaged, and an even bigger return for under threes who are disadvantaged. And we've just talked a lot about the home learning environment, interactions with younger children, and we've also mentioned the F word now. So I'm wondering, looking at Lisa's presentation where she said that there were only 400 childminders in this region, I was staggered, absolutely staggered and floored by how few there are. Is there a potential through childminders to be manoeuvring some of this support for children and families, and through doing some local training, because we've also mentioned the workforce? I just wonder if the panel would reflect for a bit for us on what we can do to encourage more childminders.
I'm not on the panel, so I'll look to my panel. Is it Sally? Do you want to, or do you want me to? They'd like me to say something. I think. I know, I'm not on the panel. So what I would just say is that Oxford is a really fascinating place, Oxfordshire, in terms of there is a lower than you would expect level of childminding, nurseries. If you move into the statutory space, we have one of the lowest levels. I know that there's a scourge, but of private providers for corporately parented and care experienced children, for independent special schools. I'd never seen the like of it, and I've come from a unitary with so much smaller population and yet a bigger plethora of choice. And childminding is a very interesting, a bit like fostering actually, an interesting area. Because that in itself has always traditionally been associated with mums in part-time work or earning more money whilst they were bringing up their own children. It's got a whole root history in it, which you probably know about why people choose to childmind. Absolutely, in terms of the workforce, and I can see Georgina nodding away, who is my specialist in capacity and sufficiency and development of the workforce in that space. I think the answer is that we've got the good ideas, and part of my job is to help with partners try and design a system. And people talked about why do some things work. And I'd certainly worked in places where communities had been used to people like me as a social worker and other colleagues. We come in, we've got a new initiative, we've got some money, we start up a project, we start something, and community saying, yeah, this is all very well, but within 10 years when the money runs out, you'll all pack up and go home and we'll be left. And I think what you're describing is thinking, and I make no excuse for the early years strategy and the early help and prevention strategy taking a little bit of time to formulate because they were not there previously. And it's helpful to think about the problem in a way that's sustainable and to get it right. And things like this is the start of using the expertise in the room. We could say that we should have been on it before, but you're absolutely right. Childminding, because we think of nurseries, don't we? Funding of nurseries and so on, as and preschool. But childminding is a slowly declining and a very valuable aspect of childcare. And it's certainly on our agenda in terms of sufficiency, where we put the finances, where we put the training, how we do sort of recruitment, retention and support. And we've had questions about, staffing, training, recruitment, retention, pipelines and so on. I think we do need to look a bit more holistically at the workforce around this, and it needs to be part of the plan, which is part of the early years strategy. We'll work on how do we approach this as a partnership. So I don't know whether I've answered your question, but the answer is yes, childminding is an essential part, but sadly we need to step in to think about how we stop it declining. It's declining nationally, but it's particularly here, maybe because of the overall affluence, not something. We're declining from a lower base is basically what I would say. And Georgina and her team I'll put some links into your team email if you don't mind, if people want to ask questions about the work that you do, and what we can do about it. So it is on the radar, but these things are not quite, quick fix, are they? So.
Just to add another brief call, really, to, and I include myself within this, to the researchers in the room, is that I also think we need more research around childminding, because we don't have most of the research that's conducted, and certainly most of the interventions. If you look at, the Education Endowment Foundation's the most influential organisation, you know, is the intervention on the EEF database question everybody's asking. There are very, very few that are appropriate for childminders and that have been tested with childminders. And there are some good practical reasons, or I don't know if they're good reasons, but that, you know, it's harder to do a big study with childminders because they have few children, and so we're always about getting a nice big, you know, sample for our research, and you have to have a lot of childminders to get a large sample of children, you know. So there are issues we have to overcome, but that's not a good enough excuse, I don't think. So we could also be doing more within the research community, I think, to raise awareness and get that evidence.
So we started off slow with no questions, and now suddenly, and I'm being prompted one last question. So there was a lady at the back, unless, yes, you get.
Yeah, this is something I've been thinking about all day. So just reflecting back on the element of needing trust and time to build relationships with families. I'm from Oxfordshire, by the way, children and families, and my background is in children and families in Oxfordshire for too many years to count. I've been talking to a colleague who's in the room earlier, and as Oxfordshire Mind, we'd like to be more involved, even if it's me, because, you know, there's only one of me, but even if it's me, is there going to be an opportunity for a space, a physical space, to just come together every so often and actually just talk and listen to each other, as we've all been talking about, and, oh, actually, we could do this together, and we're talking about, you know, not spending too much money, but it strikes me as, you know, families, you know, and communities, if we can come together holistically, but sometimes just because things are practical and things are busy, not all the organisations are in the room, so to speak, or part of the conversation. So any thoughts on how we can just practically do that every so often?
Shall I pick it up? I think that might be... Okay. I'll take it. That's all right.
Yes, I was going to...
Developing the strategy, we've picked up the need for networking in local communities. So it's definitely on our agenda and will be part of the work, and you can help us, Sarah, in developing that. Yeah.
And I would just say, so there is some sort of method in the madness in terms of health and well-being strategy, the children's trust arrangements, and the children and young people's strategy for the next 4 or 5 years. What we're talking about in terms of the early years strategy, delivering that with stakeholders, but also the early help and prevention strategy. Martin, who sat at the front here, will know that I'm really, really keen on, well, we call it family hubs, you know, that's the label, but getting back to that place that is, you know, what we know works, really. So there will be opportunities to do that. And this is obviously one of the starting blocks in terms of getting people thinking around what those strategies are and what people can deliver. You know, from our perspective, one of the things to do is to get this on the agenda and everybody talking about it. You know, under sort of Child First, I'm going to get this in, Child First County branding, really, because I think it should be about the whole of the place. So, yeah, there is opportunities. I'm really, really keen to work in a network with the third sector, and that's why I say, you know, notwithstanding money, okay, we don't, you know, everyone's talking about not having any, but there is resources and assets, and it's how you use them. Because we do have a rich seam of experience and people, and I just think that how we approach that, how we co-design things, what it looks like, based on all the clever people that have given us the evidence and experience today, you know, we do have enough. I know we could have a bit more, but we do have enough in the room to start thinking about how we might do stuff differently.
Just very quickly on that, I mean, the evidence is absolutely clear that if you want to support children, you support parental mental health. You know, that's, we talk about it's not who you are, it's what you do. But what you do is constrained by who you are. If you are poor, you are able to do less because you are stressed and you are constantly struggling. And so, yes, I think we'd all like to eradicate poverty right now, and that would be the biggest change that we could make to early years. If we can't do that yet, then let's support parental mental health and let's shore up families so that they can do the things that they want to do.
Yeah, and I just, very last thing. If we're talking about early years, I think the government has got confused between early years and parenting support and early education and childcare, and they've become synonymous, and I think it's really important in Oxfordshire we don't do the same. That's my last point.
Thank you. Shall I let people go now? So right. Thank you for that. People were clearly warmed up, really interesting, and it is time for a break.
Thank you. Can we reconvene at 10 to 3, please? Right. So let me yeah. Let me introduce our last full speaker, although I've got a couple others to introduce when we get to our final panel. I really am very, very pleased and grateful that he's agreed to join us. You'd already heard from Sally Hogg about the Royal Foundation. Within that, as she began to refer to, in the early years, there have been a number of employers come forward as cornerstone employers to engage with the Foundation on early years initiatives and to be seen to be, as it were, exemplars. And one of those is the Co-op Group. And I'm really very pleased to have Phil Ponsonby here today. He's the CEO of one of the large groups, subgroups within the Co-op, the Mid-Counties Co-op. So Phil, over to you.
Thanks, Jeremy. It's my absolute pleasure to be here, and it's really great that I've been here since 9 o'clock this morning because I've been able to sit through all the presentations and listen, and that's given me some great insights in terms of some of the works going on here in Oxfordshire, but also it ensures that I will try not to repeat too much of what's already been said because you don't really want to hear that in the last presentation of the day. So, yeah, I mean, firstly, I'm Phil Ponsonby, I'm CEO at Mid-Counties Cooperative. We run food stores, as I'm sure you are aware, as well as travel agencies. We have a joint venture community energy partnership with Octopus Energy. And importantly, and probably most relevant to this conference today, is that we also run a chain of nurseries and preschools. So I'm wearing two hats really. One, I'm going to talk to you as a business operator of a preschool and nursery, but also as a business more broadly. And as Jeremy mentioned, the co-op were there at the inception of the Royal Foundation Early Years Business Task Force. Shireen Curry-Hack, who's the Co-opted Group CEO, was invited along with 7 other organisations to join that task force early on. And she said to me, you really ought to be involved in this because you know more about early years than we do, and therefore come and get involved. So we've been involved pretty much from the start, and we contributed to the production of the report that Sally referred to that was prepared by Deloitte and published in May 2024. And if you want some really good examples of how businesses across the UK are working to support early years, look at that report because there's some really good examples in there, from Lego to John Lewis, and from organisations such as IKEA, that we heard about earlier as well. But all sorts of different organisations across all sorts of sectors, really worth taking a look, and that'll give you some good examples. And you also heard from Sally about the prize, £45 billion per annum improvement to the economy, and I think that typically will get businesses listening. And so since the report has been published, the Royal Foundation, in conjunction with businesses, has been around the country engaging business, talking about how they can play their part. And I attended one of those workshops up in Manchester last year, and the overwhelming response you get from businesses, what's this got to do with us, early years? And so there's a really important objective for all of us to help businesses to understand why it is so important that they get behind early years and the part that they can play. And one of the really important things in that, and we heard about that again from Sally's report, was around culture. And I think the culture around businesses seeing early years or childcare as a means in which their employees can get to work because someone else is looking after their children. And what we're trying to do as a cooperative is say, it's really not about that. It is about the importance of those first 5 years, that investment in children, supporting your employees to do that, and what that will mean for you in the longer term, and that value element of that is really important. So we have played our part in terms of trying to spread the word amongst businesses. We will continue to do so. But I wanted to just talk to you for a little while about the Mid-County Cooperative and our nursery and preschool business and some of the things we're doing to help develop children in their early years. Firstly, let's just talk about the landscape itself, because the early years landscape is a very fragmented one. As you can see from the numbers here, there's 54,000 registered providers, of which 13,500 are private. But when you think about the nursery operators, the big nursery operators, as you can see from there, there's the largest 3 operators have just 7% of the market. Now, you may think, well, actually, it's quite a lot, but when I think about food retail, the largest 3 operators have 60% of the market. So this is a very fragmented market, which makes it harder to actually get cut through when you're talking about some of these areas. Another important stat there is around the fact that in terms of meeting that demand expectation, that increase in demand coming from that new round of funding means that we're going to need around 40,000 additional members of staff to service that demand, and we are already struggling to find and retain staff. So some challenges within the landscape. But we really do welcome the government intervention, the regulatory changes that are coming, and particularly the changes to funding. And it's been a real challenge for private nursery operators. Before the previous government introduced the new levels of funding, around 2/3 of the places in our nurseries were privately funded, fee-paying parents, and 1/3 were clearly local authority funded. But the increase in funding year on year was so low compared with the cost rises we were seeing, that was becoming harder and harder, and so it was becoming a bit of a broken model. So we were really pleased to see that change, and we really do hope that that level of funding is maintained going forwards, and the mechanism that delivers it is maintained as well, because we really need to ensure that that relationship between privately funded fee-paying parents and also those that are finding funding places is the right balance. And so an important part of the landscape going forwards. So bringing it back to our business, and here in Oxfordshire, we have 6 well, we have 5 at the moment, there's 6 just being built here in Oxfordshire. These are some of our settings here in Oxfordshire. You can see Madley Park there. Oxford Station, which you probably know, it's just in the car park over there. We did have a nice nursery on the other side of the tracks, but Network Rail demolished it. And so we're running a nursery preschool from the car park at the moment, which is a really good facility, actually. And we're not sure how long we're going to be there running it until we can build the new one back over the tracks again. And then we have a new nursery also being constructed in Wantage. We have another one also underway, or about to be underway at Abingdon as well. And so we are investing in Oxfordshire in terms of early years and through these purpose-built buildings as part of that development. And actually, where we see the future for our early years settings is very much about high quality, well fitted out settings, with all the right facilities, but actually nurseries for all. We're an inclusive organisation. We are owned by our members. 97% of the parents who have children in our nurseries are members of the organisations. They are owners, they're my boss. And therefore it's important that we are an inclusive operator and we provide places for all. So high quality settings, but they're not little posh pioneers, they are little pioneers nurseries. And just to give you a bit of an example of what we're talking about and what we're trying to achieve, I'm just going to share with you a couple of the TV adverts that are running right now across some of the regions in which we operate. I'll just show you one more, which is my favourite, if that's okay. You see why that was my favourite, a boy driving an ambulance. What I would say to you is George and Edie, who are the 2 stars of those 2 television adverts, actually are children that attend our nursery in Warwick, which is in our HQ. The actual filming was done at our nursery in Telford because it hadn't opened at that time. So, but yes, they are real children. They're obviously real children, but they are our children from one of our nurseries and not little actors. But I think the point we were trying to make is that we are trying to inspire great futures, and that's why we see early years are so important, because that shaping we heard earlier, the shape of your future is determined at a very early age. And so the more we can do to help that, the better. And that really extends into the way we approach early years and the curriculum and the learning framework that we have across the nurseries. And so I just wanted to talk about some of those areas. Now, I'm not qualified to talk about this in detail because I'm the CEO of the Bid County Club. I don't know a lot about the running of our nurseries. I get paid to play with Lego and dinosaurs and things when I visit them, which is great. But beyond that, I don't know a lot. But I will try and cover some of the elements, because clearly development is very important, and we frame that through that framework of 7 key areas, and that includes communication and language that we heard about earlier. It also includes physical development and things like art and design, literacy, maths, but also about the world and socialisation. So all of those things you would expect from a high quality setting are built into that curriculum framework as part of that early development for children from babies and up to the age of 5. And socialisation is a really important part of that, and we've developed a number of different programmes in order to support that. So firstly, democracy, and making sure that our children understand sharing and making decisions. And we're a cooperative, we're owned by members, it's a very democratic organisation, so we extend that out into our nursery settings. So we have children's councils in the nurseries, and if you ever want to have a bit of fun, read the minutes of a children's council meeting. They're brilliant. They make a lot more sense than our board meetings, I can assure you. But so we teach the children about decision making, about sharing, about being prepared to accept that you're not going to get your own way early on. But also as part of that socialisation, we run intergenerational programmes as well. So we take the children to residential care homes, and occasionally the people in residential care homes come to nurseries as well. So those are parts of some of the programmes that we're running to ensure that socialisation is there from a very, very early age as part of the overall proposition. And then health and nutrition, we've heard a lot about that today, and it clearly is a really important part of the early learning, not just for the children, but also for parents as well, because, you know, as parents, you know, we're frightened stiff when we first have children about what to feed them, how much to feed them, what not to feed them. And so we try to play our part in sharing information through our resources with our parents to provide them as much information about how we see the balanced diet for children. And actually in the nurseries themselves, and the preschools, every one of them has an on-site chef, so all of our food is prepared fresh on-site. And the chefs play their part because they teach the children how to make soup, how to do things like preparing meals, where food comes from, so they're aware of all that. And actually all of our nurseries have growing areas, so we grow vegetables in the nurseries, and so we're showing the children how to grow vegetables, how to turn it into soup, and then hopefully encourage them to eat it as well, which is probably the hardest part. So, you know, that health and nutrition is a really important part of what we do. And that includes things like balance. So we're teaching children from 24 months old how to ride a bike. So we have our balance bikes in the nurseries. That's part of that programme as well. So that physical development early on is a really important part of what we're teaching the children as well. And then, of course, you know, as a cooperative and, you know, very aware of our responsibility for planets, we also teach them about environment. All of our nurseries have eco school status. In fact, 3/4 of them are the top-end green flag status, and the remainder are silver. And so that's a very important measure for us. We teach children about recycling, about water conservation, about use of plastics, all those sorts of things. And so maybe things that they wouldn't ordinarily learn about early on, but are really important matters. And I know we've had some great feedback from parents, some of whom have said, I've been told off by my child when shopping in one of your shops for asking for a carrier bag. So, you know, it's that type of thing that we're placing a lot of importance on and trying to make sure that you know, we really are playing our part to help to educate the children overall. And so hopefully it gives you a bit of an idea of some of the things we are doing as an organisation. As I've mentioned a few times, we are owned by our members. 97% of our parents are members, and so, you know, listening to them is an integral part of what we do. Our owners are also our customers, our parents, and that's the same for our food business and our other businesses. So that makes it even more relevant when we sit down and talk to parents about what matters to them and how we can help them to develop their children and do better for them in terms of the provision within our nurseries and preschools. But as businesses and as a business operating across within this sector, you know, we are also seeing some great opportunities, but also facing some challenges as well. And I just wanted to finish by talking about some of the opportunities we have as a business and how businesses and how you can help, and then some of the challenges we have and how you can help with those as well. I'm going to have to look up here because this screen here is too small for me to read, if that's okay. So, firstly, the market is going to grow, and the market is going to grow because we are seeing more funding coming into it, which is very much welcomed, and I mentioned that earlier. And we're already seeing that in our numbers as we project into 2025. So our occupancy rates for the first quarter of this year are already up on last year, so that's good news. But it's a very much more dynamic demand, however, because the demand from parents is reflective of their working arrangements in many cases. So pre-COVID, people would usually put their children into a nursery 5 days a week, Monday to Friday, and it was pretty straightforward, whereas now everybody wants Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, because they're working from home on Fridays or not working at having long weekends. And that obviously puts extra pressure on us as a business in terms of fulfilling that demand and making sure that we have flexibility to be able to provide it adequately. So that's one of the challenges we have, but it's also that demand itself and that growth is a really important opportunity. I think I've talked about the widespread narrative on early years, and in fact we're here today talking about it is brilliant for us, because the more people talk about the importance of early years and the educational elements of that, perhaps the more that we'll see demand across our nurseries. And so we're very pleased to hear that, and we're doing our bit to support it as well. And I think some of the parent-friendly policies that we heard about earlier and that are being talked about, and that we can encourage businesses to think about parent-friendly policies and how they can help early years, and particularly early years educators, by making sure that they have flexibility in their arrangements, with whether that's paternity leave and maternity leave, or whether it's actually start times, finish times, being allowed to get away to attend events, etc., etc. All those things are really important to us and to our business, and as a business, things that we have to lead on, because if we're not doing those things, we can't really expect other businesses to do it as well. I wanted to talk about the commitment to rate increases, and I said that's a great opportunity, and obviously the government have announced a 3.7% increase in funding rates for the year ahead, and we were worried about that because clearly on the back of a 6.7% national living wage increase and also national insurance contribution increase as well, that can start to have a challenge, and it's one of the things that we really need to understand for the longer term, because we talk about a workforce strategy, and we need a workforce strategy because that is a real challenge for us. But actually, if we get to a point where the funding coming through from government through local authority starts to erode, whilst we're still seeing that increasing national living wage and the costs associated with running a nursery, you could end up in the same place as NHS dentists, which is a great concept, and no one wants to provide the places. And so we don't want to be there. We very much want to support nursery and preschool for all and make sure it's an inclusive environment. And I really do take the point that was made earlier about 4% being excluded because their parents aren't working 16 hours. And so that's something we want to help challenge as a cooperative as well. In businesses hosting nurseries, we actually have a nursery in our headquarters at Warwick, which we opened last year. That's where George and Edie attend. And we opened that because of the demand in the local area. It's already full. Only half of the parents that have children there actually work for us. The other half are from surrounding businesses. We have other workplace nursery arrangements. So we have a nursery on the John Radcliffe Hospital site here, but we also have one at the Swindon NHS Trust Hospital, and that is a workplace nursery insofar as we operate the nursery, we employ the colleagues, we run the nursery, we pay the rent on it, but for the parents of that nursery who attend the hospital, that works at the hospital, we bill the NHS rather than them. And then the NHS deduct that from their salary, which means it's deducted before tax. So there is a tax benefit in that type of arrangement. So there is a real reason to sort of encourage organisations to think about hosting nurseries, particularly if they have surplus space, as many now do, as a result of hybrid working activities and so on, and that we're able to operate within that base, but also help them to understand the opportunities around salary sacrifice schemes and what that might mean for parents that are fee-paying as part of that provision as well. So workplace nurseries is a really important development for us. And then finally, I may just talk about the Ofsted reforms. I mean, obviously, we are subject to Ofsted regulation along with schools, and of course, we are still on the single word rating right now. That's going to change, I think, in September this year, or by September. And so, we're looking forward to that change and what will come as a result of that, because it has been difficult for us over the years, and particularly during times of COVID. And one of the challenges that we've had, and we've heard it mentioned today, is that significant increase in the number of children presenting with special educational needs. And as an organisation that's inclusive, we won't turn anyone away. Other nurseries do, other private nursery operators do turn them away, which means we probably have a disproportionate number. In fact, one of our nurseries has got over 40% of its attendees that have special educational needs. That has a dramatic effect on the nursery operation and the mental well-being of the colleagues that work there. So, they are really important challenges that we are facing into. And one of the other challenges I mentioned was around workforce. Retaining, attracting people to work in early years is a real challenge. 96% of our workforce across our nurseries are female. Now that represents a great opportunity, because to ask why are young men or men not wanting to come and work in early years, and I think it comes back to that narrative, that point about it's childcare, it's what girls do, which is not. It's a professional vocation, and that's how we want to promote it. So I'd really ask that you play your part in spreading that word and helping to promote early years education as a vocation, and that we will do our bit to do that as well. So overall, I think we are excited about the future for early years. The narrative is changing. The investment coming from government is significant, and we recognise that. And as a business, we want to play our part, both in terms of the operation and building of new settings and development of new opportunities, but also as a business more broadly. And one of the things I would say to you as a business is that we are open to work with anyone for any reason, whether you're a charity, whether you're a local authority, whether you're education, health, we're open to work with you. We do so a lot already up and down the land, and I was making notes today about some of the things I was hearing about. Could we help with that, or could we get involved in that? So if you do want to talk to us, we've got a nursery just across the road there, so if you want to come and have a look round and try anything out or test anything, by all means do. But thank you for your time this afternoon. Thank you for inviting me to your conference.
That was Warsaw, not Walsall. Nothing wrong with Walsall, of course. But thank you.
Right. So what I'm going to do, if I may, is allow Jessica just to introduce herself. We've heard Marmot, I have to say, sort of name dropped a number of times today in terms of the initiative. And we have only got so much time, Jessica, and I know there's an awful lot. But I wonder if I could put you under pressure to sort of summarise where you are, what it is, and what it will mean particularly for the Early Years Initiative, if you would.
Yep, great. Hi, everyone. Fascinating day. I'm so pleased to have been here all day. I've got lots of ideas about how we can think together, work together, and hopefully take action together. So you're one of nearly 50 Marmot places now across the UK, and it's places really largely local authorities who are putting health equity at the heart of everything they do, focusing on the social determinants of health, those building blocks of health, and really thinking about what we call the health equity system, which has been demonstrated so well today, all the partners within a place who affect our health and shape, to some extent, health inequalities. When we're talking about health, we don't talk about healthcare particularly. We're talking about those building blocks of health, and our work with Oxfordshire, which is just beginning, is prioritising early years. So we have our 8 Marmot principles, which are those 8 social determinants of health, and give every child the best start in life, which is where we're beginning with you, is a priority recommendation, a priority objective for the whole Marmot programme, and many other places have also prioritised that. And then down the line, we'll come on to good quality work and sufficient income. So fairly major areas, of course. But all those principles, all those 8 Marmot principles are interrelated, so we'll also address housing and transport and poverty and education and higher education and so on. So those are our 3 priorities, but we never narrow down specifically. So we hope very much that over the course of the 2 years that we'll be with you, that we will understand the inequalities really well across Oxfordshire, know what to do about them, and begin to really prioritise action to address those health inequalities. And early years, absolutely, and it's been said many times today, so important. It begins there, those inequalities set in, and we really must take action. And most importantly, people know what to do, and you've all demonstrated that, I think, today. Hearing about programmes has been brilliant. The blocks, as in every place, tend to be with the system, and the lack of resources, the organisational focus that doesn't allow or enable partnership working that we would all love to see. So we'll be thinking about that health equity system, the leadership, which is great. I have to say that, but it is. The capacity across the whole system to take action, and it's great to have business talked about so much today, and thinking about the role of business, because they often get left out of these discussions and absolutely critical, shaping our health and driving inequalities. I'll stop, but before I do, one last point I'd just like to make is that it's been highlighted several times about the wide inequalities in early years development and in education that you have in Oxfordshire. Really shocking, but you are not alone, and we see in many of the wealthy areas the lowest attainment for poorer kids. So poorer kids do much better in poorer areas than they do in wealthy areas. We're not quite sure why, but I'm just flagging it because we'd really like to get to the bottom of it and address it. So it's quite, I was looking at data for Sevenoaks in Kent yesterday, exactly the same thing. They've got the lowest educational for free school meal kids, lowest educational attainment. So obviously we're seeing similar things in Oxfordshire. Thank you.
Jessica, thank you. Now, look, what I'd like to do next, because I was conscious right at the end of Lisa's session, I think there were still some hands up in the room. If there are any other questions that anyone would like to ask of any of the panel, please do, before I think we try and move to a sort of what next steps in terms of those of us that are here on stage. So any other questions that anyone has that they wishes to raise? Catherine.
I was really struck when I heard recently from your dad who was talking about his partner who worked at the university, and I heard that the university had introduced really generous paternity leave entitlements, and I'm wondering what's happening either at the task force or in the county, or could be possible through the OIEP, in terms of good pay across the county on lower income jobs and family-friendly policies to the extent of maternity and paternity leave.
Good. Right. I'll ask who would like to perhaps respond to that in a second. Any other questions? Right. Well, I mean, I don't know who would like to respond to that. Martin, do you want to?
Yeah, good to see everyone. And thanks for inviting me as well. And delighted, Martin Reeves from the County Council. And luckily, I've been here virtually all the day. There's a few other things going on in local government in my world at the moment, which are the biggest things ever since 1974. And I just remember 1974. I was one of those little people. So I'm glad I'm being here. Thank you. And I've got some comments later if we get a chance. On this bit, you're absolutely right. My view of this across Oxfordshire is to start with what I call the anchor institutions, of which universities are here. As a massive employer, the county council, city council, districts, other public bodies have got a responsibility within reason about HR law to be able to set the standards on flexible working policies, on pay. Because if we don't, what does that say to the rest of the sectors in our great place? But even more importantly than that, just imagine if we were to move towards that incredibly strong position on maternity, paternity, flexibility, pay. Thinking about all the things we heard from Phil and others, you start to shift the dial. Because actually we are anchor institutions. So we'll always be here in some shape or form. We're massive employers. And just from an economic point of view and a kind of work point of view, we can shift that dial as well as then representing, I think, great leadership. And the point I was going to make later, but I'll make it now. There is a big set of conversations, including today, about resourcing and funding. I've always had a clear view about this. We have got enough. And the reason we've got enough is because that's what's in the system. Would I like more? We'd all like more. So the question doesn't become earlier on about should we be funding these programmes. As an economist, looking at all the work that's been done, I'm absolutely devastated still in Oxfordshire that we can't find a way to invest those very things that require the funding. We've got charitable organisations, social enterprises that have got existential threats to their existence. So the question is not we need more money, we need more money. The question for me is, how do we genuinely in a system think very differently about where that goes? Because the reality is, right, we've a year ahead of us where the tailwinds and headwinds are going to be massive on the UK economy. Public services aren't going to get loads more money. We're not going to magic this out with commissioning arrangements. So how do we influence very differently philanthropy, private sector organisations, the big public sector organisations, to think very differently about how we use those pounds? And I believe that we can do it better, genuinely in Oxfordshire. Because one of the things that hit me, I will shut up, one of the things that hit me earlier on, because I think this is key for all of us, it's nothing to do with me, it's just the role I have. I get invited to hundreds of these types of things across not just Oxfordshire, but across the country on different areas of why the systems not work out. I don't think I've ever sat somewhere that there's been so much cogent, coherent sense of knowing what works at some of the most empirically led academic levels, right the way down to practitioners, and then organisations on the ground doing the things that no one else can do, which is stop prodding our families and our young people and our communities, because we've prodded them for 40, 50 years, and change hasn't happened endemically, we know that, but understanding the sensitivities of how we do it better. So for me, for Oxfordshire, in terms of where next, it's that top 5% where we move to great. We understand exactly how we can do it. And I think the call to arms is this is all doable. This is all doable. And Jan, as others have heard me say this before, shame on us. If Oxfordshire can't do it, then who can? Because our potency economically, the asset base that we've got, there are some of our little ones and our families that are living in circumstances that are simply neither inevitable nor acceptable in 2025. So shame on us as leaders if we can't continue to shift the system. It's doable. It's absolutely doable.
I think it's very easy for us to really agree. But what I'd like to do is actually come back to you, as it were, at the end, Martin, because I think it's entirely appropriate in terms of your role and the County Council's role. So let me just feed in, as we said we would do, I think what has been the consensus of views, and some of you may have gone over to the boards yourselves. I think if one tried to summarise the reflections that were put on the 3 boards outside during the day, they are about, do we actually know enough at a level of granularity, and it's come up in the room today, do we know enough about those families we really are talking about at a local level? Can we do more in terms of convening things like this more often, perhaps in a more, again, local partnership way? And how do we replicate, how do we, as it were, clone those initiatives that are already successful but could be operating elsewhere in Oxfordshire, and as we've just heard. So I think if I try and summarise, not surprisingly, the views that were being expressed by those here as attendees. But look, let me, as it were, if I may, move, and Phil, if you don't mind me sort of almost bringing you back in almost immediately, having said what you've said, if there were a case of what would you see as realistic next steps for Oxfordshire in relation to what we've been talking about, and perhaps an ability to adopt some of your co-op models, how could we clone some of that here locally? And then if I may, if I move to Jan, Jessica, Dan, and then lastly, Martin, I'd like to give you the opportunity, as it were, to almost sort of close the day for us, if you would. So, Phil.
Are we on? Yeah. Well, I think one of the things that struck me early on this morning was the mention of the Early Years Strategic Board. And so I think you are doing the right things. I'm not sure how long that's been going, but for me, that is the opportunity, because there is so much energy around this, whether that's from, public, voluntary, private sector. I think there's a lot of energy, and I think everyone's, it's such a compelling argument, which I think is really helpful. But you need structure. We need everybody sort of working in the same direction and not competing with each other, because sometimes you find that everyone wants to do the right thing, but you end up competing. So I'm really keen to see what the board's going to do and how that's going to work, and that we sort of get behind that. And if we can help that in any way, shape, or form, we certainly will do, because we don't really want to try and duplicate or compete or do something different or start initiatives off which seem helpful but actually just take everybody's time up. So I guess that's one thing I would say. I don't know enough about it. I only heard about it this morning, but it feels to me as if that's the type of structural change we need and the way of going about things.
Can I just ask a question, a sort of economic question around your nursery model? I mean, do they, as it were, are they deficit financed by you from within the co-op group, or do they at least cover, as it were, their costs? And obviously everyone understands the growing cost base that there is. On what sort of basis economically do you expect to operate those?
I've probably got to be a bit careful what I say. Yeah. No, I mean, look, they make money as a group.
Yeah.
But not all of them.
No.
And I was having this conversation earlier about we keep some nurseries open because of where they are and what they're doing, rather than, we, as a cooperative, it's not all about profit. But we do still have to make a profit, because we can't reinvest in new nurseries if we're not making money. So as a group, they make money, but some of them don't, and that's primary. I mean, an example, I was up in Newcastle just before the pandemic, actually, and there's a nursery up there's one of the most deprived areas of Newcastle. Every single place in that nursery was funded by the local authority. We're a private operator. And so it was losing money, not a lot. But what we didn't do was cut back on any of the elements. So all of the on-site chef, the nutrition, all that stuff still. Whereas we could have looked at it and said, actually, how can we strip this back and make it more efficient? So we're prepared to take losses in certain cases, but overall, clearly they've got to contribute, because otherwise, we're not in business.
I mean, I think what's really interesting, having only heard briefly you describe it, I mean, I think for us to be able to understand how we might encourage employers in Oxfordshire, you're clearly already down that road with some, but how we could take that further as a model on the basis that they at least cover their costs, without it therefore being a burden, and it's a benefit to the employer and their employees. I think that's something I'd love to be.
Well, I'll just say that I know that talking to lots of organisations, they're wrestling with this challenge around, they want to encourage their workforce back into the offices and places of work, but equally they want to be seen as forcing them back in, because people do like working from home, they like flexibility. So giving people more opportunity. And one of the things we noticed about having the on-site nursery at Warwick is that mothers that are breastfeeding can come back to work earlier if they choose to do so, because they can nip downstairs and breastfeed their babies, which they can't do if they're in a nursery somewhere else. So little things like that make a difference.
No, excellent. Yeah, do.
I am the Ofsted responsible person for a small workplace nursery. We've got 16 places, and we do it as part of our social contract. We have to pay quite a lot of money towards keeping it going, but we do it because we believe that it's the responsible thing to do. And it's for our employees, our students, our staff, but also other people from the area. It's just socially responsible, but I know that I'm greatly privileged to be able to exercise that social responsibility, as it were.
And so, with the mic, and as someone that's always about what can we actually do about this, Jan, what would you see as reflections from today about what we should try and take forward?
It's been a fantastic day, bringing so many people together who are doing brilliant things, but putting everybody in the same room so that we can exchange ideas, learn from each other, but explore new ideas. And I've already thought of some new ideas today that I want to explore. But for me, one of the most important things, as a cooperator as well, I hope everybody joins the co-op, it's terribly important, is that I think we need to take all of our messages out there into the wider world, especially to business, because you're right, Martin, we do have a lot of money. We can do more with our money. But of course, lots of the wonderful organisations that are represented here today need more financial sustainability. And if business could hear you, if business could see that brilliant report, Deloitte, the Royal report, I want to take that out into the wider world, because we talk about it all the time. But if you can say the Co-op, Deloitte, the Royal Foundation, this is what they care about, then perhaps we can make a real difference, and we can make more of our employers, more businesses in our county who do have money, some of them. They've got money to share, it's just they're not sharing it at the moment. If we can say to them, this is about, it's a social duty, but also it's about the future of our economy, it's about the well-being of our county. That's what we've got to do.
Excellent. So, Jessica, before we move to Dan and Martin finally, and beyond what you're already doing, Martin, is there anything else that you would sort of advocate into the room today?
Yeah, I should have mentioned focus on what we call proportionate universalism, ugly phrase, but thank you. You articulated it beautifully earlier. So we will be thinking about that with you across Oxfordshire. And certainly we know that resources are not allocated proportionately to need very often. So thinking about all the money that's within Oxfordshire and how that's being allocated and spent, I think I hope will be a useful and helpful thing to do, as well as thinking about the further contributions that can come. And I'm just going to end by pointing out something that I continue to find very counterintuitive, I'm trying to be polite, which is that the funding reductions to local government, which every local government has experienced, are steeper in more deprived areas. So when you look at what life expectancy was in local authorities in 2010, all those local authorities had, with the lowest life expectancy, had far steeper cuts. We need to reverse that. So we also need to articulate all of the good things that are happening in Oxfordshire and all of these approaches up to the national system, and I think we'll have an opportunity to do that as we work with you.
I absolutely agree. I mean, I think when we come to it, what else could we put forward as pilots? What else could we grab against a national agenda, at least being more positive to this than it has been for some time? No, thank you. Dan, can I... reflections on the day, and where do you feel as the ICB, what do you feel we collectively might be able to do next?
Yeah, reflections on the day. I think it's always helpful to bring this group together. There's already been connections and networks. I think there's something really important that this group can do for me as someone who's in a role where I am making decisions about allocations of resources, as far as the accountability that I have for that and really being demanding about it. So there's a couple of things that I reflect back, and people have heard me talk about this before, it will be familiar. I think there is an inequality about how we look and approach prevention. I think we're holding prevention activity to a different and unfair standard. I think what we have to do is commit long-term to prevention. We have to focus on outcomes, and someone talked about the stuff that's easy to measure. We can do that, we can keep doing it, but it's not always the most important thing. And we've all heard Wes talk about the shift from treatment to prevention. We need to know where we are now with prevention and where we want to be in terms of investment in 5, 10, 15 years' time, and particularly thinking about the early years, because in reality what we've learned from Marmot is the prevention starts in those 0 to 5 years. So in 15 years' time, these are the kids that are going to be in the workforce and things like that. So what we do for those. I suppose so that's the first thing. My other reflection is this ongoing commitment, and I think something that we have been particularly successful in Oxfordshire is that ongoing commitment to partnership working. I do think there is a genuine commitment to working together across local authority, across NHS organisations, with voluntary community sector partners, with independent sector, to try and leverage those collective resources that we talk about to get better outcomes. We have to work harder and harder on it, and it is. I wish it was easy. There are a lot of barriers to system working. I think we recognise that, and there is a temptation, particularly when finances are hard, to fall back to our organisational structures, and that's when I keep saying it. We've got to lean much more into the grey areas and blur those boundaries. And then I suppose my final thing is, we as system leaders, we as partners, we as stakeholders have to be curious. We have to have that curiosity to understand the communities, those communities that are most marginalised, those communities that have the worst outcomes. And we continue to fall into the trap of thinking we know and offering solutions. We have to be curious about what those communities want, what is culturally appropriate for those communities, and how can we support them. And that is where the work that we do with communities, with voluntary community sector, with our partners in local authority, and some of the work that Ansaf has led in his team around community profiles and things like that, gives us a huge amount. You mentioned something about more analytical stuff. We're paralysed by data and information, and we've got analysis paralysis. We know I can go and talk to head teachers in schools in Blackbird Leys, the same kids' families that the GPs are worried about, that the leisure centre knows about, the community health workers know about. We know who these people are. We just need to coordinate ourselves and support them. So yeah, that's my piece.
Let me just say, I think that's very powerful. Thank you, Dan. Thank you very much. So look, short of me giving some thanks right at the end of the day, Martin, and I know you've already said a number of things when you were speaking a few minutes ago, but over to you, as it were, to sort of close the day, if you would.
So let's just think about some of the areas that you said, Jeremy. It seems to be the summary of where people are at. And it was a great segue from Dan around data. So my view, what do I think about data in Oxfordshire, what I've seen? I think you're right, actually. I think right down to almost household level, we seem to have algorithms coming out of our ears with a sense of multiple impacts at a quantitative level about what's going on at households. You know, we led the way, as David in my line and others from the County Council, on community profiles. We have a blind spot, and I'm glad that we've Jessica, UCL, will start thinking about including childhood development, family settings. We've got a blind spot in Oxfordshire around rurality. A lot of the conversations, including today, are naturally through a predominantly urban, dense lens. So we know intuitively that whilst there might be this 1950s ideal about the idea that in rural areas in Oxfordshire, our youngsters are developing through open air, green and blue resource, some of that's true, of course. We also know that social disconnection, lack of access, is actually restricting that major development opportunities for them, their families and communities, and we know we're worse off as a result of that. So there's a plea, I think, that let's not keep going for algorithms and thinking more about right down, even beyond that so-called sort of super output area, but literally we know enough. What's interesting, I'm sort of looking at Jan and other influencers on this. In the 25 years I've been sort of messing about with this stuff and trying to make a difference, and I guess with a bit of an economics head on, I've been in front of Treasury after Treasury, civil servant, minister, where the actuarial evidence to invest massively in a system to where the evidence is telling us it works has failed time and time and time again. So what are we doing wrong? And I think where this then comes as ours is this about this humanity. And I've heard a lot about the humanity today, about where we've also still not good enough is that notion of the lived experience. I call it in Oxfordshire County Council the personification. I've heard it today. What is really going on? It's not even qualitative. It's not soft. It's really hard, important stuff around what are we all learning? What are you learning on the ground? Because I think that attached to the really strong picture of we know what works and we know where investment's going to make the greatest bang on back, brings our commercial sector along with us, brings, as I say, other foundations and funders together. So I'd urge us all to think about where are some of our deficits still? Let's crack it quickly and get on with it. I then think there's something about all of us as, you know, talking about do we keep coming back together? I would feel enriched from time to time to come back together in this kind of environment. Of course I would, because I'm walking back to County Hall feeling a better person, educated about some of the things I didn't know about. But if we're not careful, it becomes a really interesting, self-serving set of very bright people talking to each other about the brilliant work that we're doing. So I think there's something about, yeah, of course we should govern and structure it, but where's our opportunities together to be able to be out and see through the eyes of our young people and our families the kinds of strengths and asset base we're seeing? The reason I first wanted to start working with Michael Mahatma and Jessica team was less about the fact I just thought the social determinant stuff made sense. It was all about going to where people are, know where we expect them to be. This ridiculous top-down sense of strategic leaders and particularly municipalities and bureaucracies thinking, we know how to fix you. This was about asset, strengths-based approach. So if we're not careful, we forget some of that with our genuine determination to get on and pull levers and use hierarchies and bureaucracies. So I'd urge us to lock that amazing lived experience, because it's not humbling. Well, it is humbling at times. It's just really powerful because it proves that we can actually make a difference, but with our communities, not out them. I guess finally it comes back to this bit about change and funding and structures and resourcing. The truth is we're going to face across Oxfordshire, if it's about where next and what do we do, some of the most drastic change in how we're governed and how we govern in over 50 years. They are the facts, and I'm making no judgment about what may or may not come out of that. What's our job together across our system? Surely it's to say, on all the conversations we've had today, whatever happens about structures, this becomes pivotal to reimagining our future, not through our eyes, but the future of our little ones and our families at the moment. And it's seductive for managers to think about structural change and the future means all of this not possible. That's a management response. The leadership response is, because of all of this, we're now going to double down our efforts to reimagine. It is about reimagining all of this. And then finally, I think, and this might sound a classic Oxfordshire arrogance of all of us, I do think we've got a responsibility. In fact, I know we've got a responsibility with all of this thinking, the asset base, the amazing charitable social enterprise impact work that's going on. We still do not shout loud enough about this across the country. And that is not about some sense of do it because we want to get awards. It's about, I've always believed that this country should not put one county against another, one city against another. We've got an opportunity to rapidly learn together because we're facing some pretty big headwinds, but some major opportunities. So I'd urge us all to think about how we're using our time out there to not just sort the Oxfordshire system in the ways we've said, but actually start to lift this entire country in a way that really where we are at the moment, everyone, it's not good enough. And it can be so, so much better.
Thank you very much, Martin. So look, I was about to say let's try and take that passion and the practical out of this room as we go. So look, let me sort of close very quickly. Thank you all very much indeed for attending. I hope as we set out at the beginning of the day, you found large elements of it useful, helpful, instructive. I hope you have made some new connections. I would say how, as you go out the room, how can you help influence the agendas we've been talking about today, individually and collectively? Let me thank not just this panel, but all the speakers for the time you've given to this and for preparing. Really, really grateful. I'd like to thank, because it's been very much a joint coming together to make this event happen. So to thank Dan on behalf of the ICB and all of the team from the university that has helped us, but particularly Aileen Marshall-Brown and Sam Harper and her helpers, who've done a fantastic job in just helping us and bringing it together. And then if I may, Jan, you know what I'm about to say, to thank Emma Coles, our project manager for the OIEP, and James Cater, who's currently on secondment to us, who's done an amazing job in making this happen. But thank you all. Thank you very much.